last time. Remember when you came and sat here at my side? First time I ever really sang my mind. Layla left you for dead, no. Upon return, nobody did I find. I lost my head, left you behind. How I wish I could have turned back that time. But today I'd say it could be a good day. The sun on ocean waves that make the spray that hurtles to my face without hurt or fill the space between me and the golden rays. Let's play upon this place of ever-cleansing slates and ever-shifting sands and yet ever-uplifting hands. More than I ever even could have hoped to last time. Remember when I told you now I walk a lonely road? You couldn't even read the signs. Pray to leave me for dead, no. But upon return still nobody did I find. I lost my head, left you behind. How I wish I would have turned back the time. Today I'd say it'd be a good day. The sun on ocean waves that make the spray that hurtles to my face without hurt or fill the space between me and the golden rays. If it's play upon this place of ever-cleansing slates and ever-shifting sands and yet ever-uplifting hands. I fell up out of love. I don't know how I came back down, 'cause I felt like I lost gravity without you around. I don't know if I am stuck or how to get around this ever-growing cavity where once my heart was found. But today I say it could be, just 'cause the way I say it could be, how to change the way it would be, and you finally understood me. nobody there means no one to share your last meal with. Your spirit's in disrepair. You wonder if Siddhartha wished all the Buddha. Was he scared? Hope his people make it back to hell. Hope his people make it back to hell. Was Jesus Father fair? Was justice done there on that limb? God's hand must have been scared, because the devil's always after hell. Yeah, the devil's always after hell. Oh, Apollo, can we be spared and wait for impending disaster? Oh, does anything care? Oh, they write in Zoroaster. Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, about the way the world's crumbling down and down and down? No beach, just coast will come closer to town. Well, I see San Francisco Bay in the sundown through goggles or underground. Suddenly, California can't be found. Should all take a good last look around. It's closing time. I leave all the neon glow and the open sign. You're coming anytime, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. How long do you think we'll stumble around and drown, saying the structure of the world was faulty found? For what it's worth, the earth is round. Ain't got no good news to say, so say nothing at all, at all, at all. How long till the third tallest tower falls? but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. There's hope alive inside. You're coming out of time. There's hope alive inside. You're running out of time, but there's hope alive inside. You're coming out of time, 'cause there's hope alive inside. Oh, but you're running out of time.
What's going on, guys? I'm told it's full lateral TV. Wait for this smooth styling of the 2027. We'll be playing Inscryption, which you see in the background, and open it up like one. We'll be watching another of the incredible list of death penalty bullets that we have to score. I've got myself a little disappointed on things again, and yeah, feel free to jump in the chat, ask me about the details for that. Otherwise, see if I can figure out how to play this grandiose fucking game. Cheers.
Debating the death penalty, and we are starting right now with Jalma Beorn's opening statement, which would be 8 minutes. Jalma, thanks so much for being with us. The floor is all yours.
Thanks so much. Making even a weak argument only in principle for the existence of capital punishment is no easy or straightforward task on either moral or practical grounds. And bluntly, nor should it be when what's directly at stake is the very life of a human being, regardless of context. I hope I'm able to do so in a way that meaningfully improves the dialogue around increasing basic equity, particularly racial equity in the United States and countries that have a similarly broken punitive system, and furthermore increases the sanctions around the use of the death penalty, as well as the demandingness with which we consider evidence suitable for enacting it on people. I want to begin by sketching out the shape the arguments around capital punishment have taken. The major concerns surrounding its moral permissibility are twofold. First, there is the in-principle concern surrounding under what grounds it should be morally permissible at all. The two common defenses given for its moral permissibility, and as remarked upon by multiple philosophers such as Finkelstein, Brooks, McDowell, Nathanson, and others, are the retributivist and deterrent-based defenses, which I will go on to define shortly. Roughly, one is that one ought to be punished in a lex talionis, perhaps fashion, for their crimes committed. And the other one has to do with the way in which punishment may deter future offenders. However, as Finkelstein shows, and as Sunday will be expanding upon, neither of these two justifications for capital punishment actually hold up. However, capital punishment may still be acceptable and even mandated by the conditions of the social contract in a Hobbesian sense when we're looking at the in-principle case. This is the case in which we are no longer considering the actual enaction of capital punishment within morally dubious structures or existing frameworks, but rather whether or not it ought to be made available as a punishment at all for a state that has moral right on its side, which may in fact be a condition that is not often met in the first place. My argument, however, to complement Sunday's, will be focusing more on the practical aspects of the implementation of capital punishment. I follow Tom Brooks's argument that retributivist positions around punishment, and again, Brooks et al. Are actually against capital punishment, both in practice and in principle. I follow Tom Brooks's argument that retributivist positions around punishment, even capital punishment, falling down strictly in the practical sense because of their inequitable and appalling distribution, especially along racial lines, is still merely, but importantly, a structural claim. Indeed, the argument could even be made that such punishments, when they take the form of so-called moral sanctions meted out by a state with no remaining moral authority, ought to be prohibited altogether. Even still, this doesn't necessarily commit us to abandon any in principle position about capital punishment, including that it ought to, in theory, exist. I take this argument a step further to argue that, in fact, if we maintain that capital punishment ought to exist, perhaps on contractarian grounds, we're forced to look more carefully at the dire consequences of its existing in a system whereby the basic condition that if X be deprived of their very life, this must occur at the hands of a legitimate authority, is called into question. This may be the benefit to my argument for either side, as odious as it may be to my interlocutors in principle. There's a wonderful quote from Daniel Polsby to this end that Brooks reiterates. It states, "Being struck by lightning is cruel because it is painful and unusual, and because it seldom happens. But is it unconstitutional?" I believe that focusing in on the in-principle concerns as opposed to the practical violences and injustice that ought to unite both camps actually takes away from bringing to relief what's at stake in the misapplication of capital punishment. We may, in fact, only be able to bring these injustices in practice into relief by seriously considering the possibility in principle for it to be retained. Maybe then we'll see that the injustices are endemic to the system rather than the in theory practice of having to end someone's life under extreme circumstances. Before continuing, there's some terminology that's going to be important for both my argument and for Sunday's. Two common approaches to the moral permissibility of capital punishments, or punishments more generally, centralize the concepts of deterrence and retributivism. Law and philosophy professor Claire Finkelstein describes the first as a justification of punishment, only where, quotes, punishing an offender would deter other potential criminals from committing crimes in the future, end quote. And the latter as a justification for punishment only where said punishment is justified to the extent that the criminal deserves to be punished, often in its most simple articulation taking the form of lex talionis or law of retaliation. The major concern that Finkelstein has with the first, or deterrence approach, is that offloading deterrence onto any other human being, which is the usual track deterrence-oriented supporters of capital punishment take, is morally impermissible. What this means is that if I fail to grant a criminal clemency under the law, for instance, by not granting them bail, what ought to be governing this decision is a moral evaluation of the criminal's actions, not, as Finkelstein argues, a simple utilitarian calculation that whether I grant them bail or not may encourage or discourage someone else from offending. If we were to grant them bail at all, we would do so only whereby they themselves would not use that as an opportunity to reoffend. This aligns with the idea that we must act on someone in light of their own moral deserts and status, not in light of a third party, thus not using the person on whom we're acting, per Finkelstein, as a mere means in the Kantian sense. It is for this reason, too, that I can't torture someone, even if it would massively benefit a large group of people. When extended out to capital punishment, the deterrence effect of killing certain criminals in order to deter other moral offenders is therefore not morally defensible under many frameworks. Conversely, maybe the retributivist approach would be more sufficient to make the argument for capital punishment. But even if instead of lex talionis, we merely want to inflict a punishment on an offender that within moral reason and the bounds of law reflects the crime, for Finkelstein, justifying any particular act using a proportionality rationale wouldn't make sense. So, for instance, we have the moral intuition that lesser retributive acts, such as returning malicious or small petty crimes or assaults, is not justifiable. Meanwhile, placing someone in non-consensual confinement for life is. Therefore, there has to be something more powerful and morally consistent undergirding any system that allows for capital punishment, such as the existence of the social contract itself, for instance. This is a point that we'll be further expanding upon. I want to note in conclusion that even in a morally inadequate and corrupted system, punishments will be meted out. However, these punishments may be disproportionate to the crimes that they are responding to and often cause undue suffering, both for the people that they are meted out upon and for those surrounding those people. Clearly, if we are incredibly demanding around the conditions required for depriving somebody of liberty or even life, we would find capital punishment to be a very rare occurrence indeed. One wonders in these rare occurrences whereby offenders are suddenly capable, whereby we're able to determine on the nature of offenders' crimes using things such as DNA evidence, or we know that that person is in the very rare instance beyond resuscitation into normal existence. We may, in fact, be forced into a choice between something which causes lifelong suffering and something which merely quietly and calmly ends that person's life and ensures that everything about their existence was dealt with in a fair and equitable way. These are extremely difficult moral considerations, and what punishment ought to occur in what instance in a non-ideal system, which itself is not necessarily in a place to be morally adjudicating at all, is a complex set of questions. That's pretty much summarizes my position.
Thank you very much, Jalma. And what we will do is kick it over to the, you could say, against side regarding the death penalty in particular. And want to let you know as well, our guests are linked in the description, folks. And so whether you be listening via YouTube or if you're listening via podcast, want to let you know we put the links of our guests in the description box of the podcast as well. And we highly encourage you to check out the links of our guests. And so just a quick little explanation of the openings, folks. I want to let you know that it's going to be 8 minutes from each side, flipping back and forth. And so now we're going to kick it over to Dylan Burns. Welcome, Dylan, for the first time here. We're thrilled to have you. And Dylan will have 8 minutes as he'll be arguing against the death penalty. Thanks so much. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. I'm happy I finally have an opportunity to talk about the death penalty. It's an issue I care deeply about. It's probably one of my most deeply held personal beliefs. So the thing I always found beautiful about the American justice system is how from its foundation, the state tried to, in the creation of our state, was primarily focused when it came to our criminal justice system upon the person being accused of crime and making sure they got their issues heard, making sure they got a fair trial, and they were able to be seen by their peers before being locked away from society. And I found that to be a very beautiful thing because a lot of states really want to have a lot of power over their judicial systems. A lot of times in authoritarian governments like, say, Bashar al-Assad, Saudi Arabia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and North Korea, the control of the judicial system is extremely important because you want to be able to lock away the people you want to. And I found it to be a very beautiful thing to prioritize those being accused. And when you consider the fact that on the low end, 4.1% of people currently on death row are innocent, it makes you ponder. I'm not saying that we should never be able to lock up somebody who is possibly innocent. Anytime we lock somebody up, you're locking someone who's possibly innocent upon further review later down the road. And as we continue to develop new technologies to investigate cases, that will continue to happen since there will be no foolproof method. But if we are to revisit cases and find out after the fact, after appeals, that these people are actually innocent, that we find out that the people that we've put to death are actually innocent, that means we're using the state to kill innocent individuals, who have not done anything wrong besides possibly being at the wrong place at the wrong time. And as much as being given freedom or told after the fact you're not guilty, dumping ashes out the window is not freedom for anybody in reality. And this is just one of many reasons why I oppose the death penalty. The next one would probably be its historical racist applications. So if you were to do any amount of studying the death penalty, you'd find out that it's been disproportionately used against Black people upon any study that's ever reviewed this topic. Not only has it been disproportionately used against Black people, you can look at certain institutions like Pennsylvania, which I believe it's 70 to 80%, or in the U.S. military, it's 86% of the people in the U.S. military that's been sentenced to death or actually African American. Not only is that the fact, but in fact, if there is a white victim of a crime, it is much more likely that you will be sentenced to death than if it's a Black victim. Like the rest of our criminal justice system, racism is seeped in deep. And when we give the government the power to sentence people to life or death once we have confined them and they are no longer a threat to society, that racism is going to seep into convictions. This has also been used historically, even though I probably not going to talk about this. I do want to make note of this, against disabled people, mentally disabled people who have been forced convictions, were forced out of them and eventually sentenced to death. There's many really tragic cases from the 1950s and onward of this happening. And there's rare instances, it doesn't happen as much today, but it still does happen today where certain disabled individuals around the world, even not as much as the United States, this still happens. Now, I'm framing this towards more of an American model because it's hard to look at a lot of other countries when it comes to the death penalty, because most countries we're in line with when it comes to the death penalty are not countries you really want to be in groups with. We're talking Saudi Arabia, Bashar al-Assad, the Islamic Republic of Iran, China, North Korea, and other governments of an authoritarian nature have been using the death penalty, and they have been using it quite openly towards dissidents of the state and, of course, people who oppose them in certain manners, and, of course, just common of the way criminals. But a lot of the rest of the world has not done this. As time has gone on, they have drifted away from it because they have all realized that in reality, it doesn't seem that the death penalty seems to be a deterrence of crime. In fact, societies that abolish the death penalty statistically continue to have decreasing crime rates within their societies. And when you look at the states in the United States, like mine, Maryland, which has abolished the death penalty, there doesn't seem to be really any statistical difference between those who have abolished the death penalty and those who have not abolished the death penalty. So if it's not having any effect or deterrence, then really the only reason you would have the death penalty in place is this kind of euphoric feeling of revenge, which is certainly not the type of criminal justice system I would like to have, but I think it is the one that has led to 20% of the world's prison population existing in the United States. And speaking of Maryland, which is my home state, I have done a lot of studying about Maryland, the death penalty in Maryland before, of course, we abolished it. And even in just our state alone, which is the state I've done the most research in because it's the one I work in, I work in Maryland politics, we used to be paying $37 million per execution in the state of Maryland to actually get this done. So not only is no real deterrence done, not only is it applied in a racist manner, and not only do we use the state to kill innocent people, it's also, in many occasions, much more expensive than just housing the people we would have killed anyway. And the reason why is because we really love in this country giving people in our criminal justice system the ability to appeal, which is good, but those appeals cost money. And people are going to, of course, appeal as much as possible if they are on death row. Anyone would want to avoid death. And I would like to say, in conclusion, well, actually, no, I have two more points. I missed these, so let me get through these quickly. So ultimately, I do think there's going to be a few points brought against me, but one I wanted to make sure that I got out of the way right off the bat so I don't have to deal with these thought experiments is, well, Dylan, this is all fun and games, but are you telling me that said monster, the Boston bomber, Osama bin Laden, Adolf Hitler, if you would have captured them, would we have not sentenced such individuals to death? I think putting these structures in place that would have sentenced these people to death, which may have deserved it, will ultimately be abused in racist manners. When you talk to people who like house our criminal justice system, and you'll say, well, okay, we allow for Hitler. Well, then someone will inevitably, what about the serial killer? And it's like, well, the serial killer makes sense. Well, what about the brutal murderer and rapist? Well, they make sense too. And eventually you broaden this list that will eventually end to more innocent people dying. And ultimately, I would also like to say that I think having people who commit horrific crimes have to live with the reality of their decisions, then be given the relief of inky blackness is actually something I would personally feel has a good sense of justice. When I think of the person who raped me when I was a child, I would much rather them have to live with the reality of the impact they had on society with their actions than giving them a quick out with the death penalty. And I have more I could go on to. I can go into specifics of the data. A lot of my data comes from like the University of Maryland, the University of North Carolina, and the ACLU. So if anybody would like to ask for any of my sources on my data, I'd be glad to source them to anybody who came in my community in my Discord. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dylan. And want to let you know, folks, no matter what walk of life you were from, no matter where you stand on this issue or all the issues we host, want to let you know we really do hope you feel welcome here. We're glad you're here. And we are, at Modern Day Debate, a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. And so, with that, we are going to kick it over to, thanks so much, President Sunday. The floor is all yours for your 8-minute opening statement.
Thank you, James, and very well said by Dylan. So, to begin, today, the death penalty is lawfully administered only by the state, and the modern state holds by a practical consensus the monopoly on the legitimate use of violence. which is really to say there exists no greater authority to hold it accountable for whatever violence it chooses to deploy. The state exists, as it were, in the state of nature, and it might seem that while our opponents are burdened with the task of constructing an argument for why the state should restrict itself from enacting a certain kind of violence upon its subjects, from the state's vantage, we find ourselves not even obligated to entertain it. It is politics which encompasses morality, not vice versa. The state defines the normal situation and may choose, or choose not to choose, as the Weimar Republic did, to deploy any methods, even exceptional ones, in order to sustain it. If anyone finds this dubious, I encourage them to read Book 5 of Thucydides' History of the Peloponnesian War to see what illustrious company they're in. However, I am betting that what unites both sides in this debate is ultimately not a justification for the state or state action, but a vision for that norm, a vision for the kind of situation that we should want to be normal. And so, in a non-trivial sense, I regard this debate as an internal debate concerning whether the death penalty is compatible with a norm, an ethic, perhaps even a sense of justice that we should both like to see prevail. So to echo Jelma, the state as it exists today may very well be ethically impoverished and lacking legitimacy. So the argument I'm going to present here should not be interpreted at all as an apologia for any existing penal system or government activity. Thus, I won't be defending either of the two most common justifications, deterrence or retribution, commonly deployed for harsh punishments like the death penalty, as well as lengthy imprisonment, mutilation, torture, etc., for the same reasons as our opponents will likely echo. That not only are they inadequate as justifications within that ethic, they are easily found upon examination to be odious to it. To quickly reiterate, deterrence fails because it contains no principle to limit to whom or to what extent punishments may be administered so long as they are effective in deterring further crime. While retribution fails, despite what I think is the correct intuition that the punishment should match the crime, because it contains no principle to prevent moral absurdities like administering rape to punish rape, or as it were, murder to punish murder, an example which lays spectacularly bare the limits of a retributive approach in that it finds itself only able to excessively punish small crimes while being unable to meet the worst. It is surely not a trivial part of the wrong done to a victim of rape or murder, in addition to the corporeal harm that they endure, that they were also raped and or murdered. Liberal philosophers like Claire Finkelstein, mentioned by Jama already, have proposed a corrective in the contractarian justification, which runs that just as a person consents to reap the benefits of the rules of a community, they also consent to the punishments by which that community enforces those rules. This argument avoids the aforementioned problems in that retribution is not only justified but consented to by the punished, who have tacitly endorsed the lawful repercussions of their actions by enjoying the law's benefits, as well as successfully limiting the deterrent use of punishment only to those who deserve it. I like this argument, but it's not sufficient, and it's not hard to see why. First, tacit consent only applies where we have the freedom and the ability to choose otherwise, and in this world of increasingly closed borders and economic disparity, that's hardly a given. And second, there's still no necessary connection to extremely final forms of punishment like the death penalty or even life imprisonment. Why? Well, because there's no intrinsic reason to think that someone who breaks the social contract can't be reformed into upholding it again later. And it's possible that softer punishments might be as effective or ineffective at deterring crime as execution. This argument needs to be augmented because where it really fails is in the impoverished view of human relationships it implies by restricting the task of justice to enticing and enforcing conformity to a set of community-sustaining rules, committing, in effect, the opposite excess of the retributist, who prioritizes revenge above all else, by limiting justice to the needs of deterrence alone. To illustrate why this is a problem, consider a man in prison guilty of rape and murder who feels no remorse, for whom all attempts to convince him that he should have remorse have failed, so that a restorativist approach, is in vain, and who furthermore takes pleasure in tormenting his fellow inmates and prison attendees with gleeful and vivid accounts of his crimes, and who additionally claims to laugh every chance he gets at the horror he has wrought upon his victims and their families. Such men exist, and in my country, we are so obsessed with prolonging their lives that we forget that the crime of murder isn't exhausted by the bare fact of loss, and that the dead can still suffer. How? Human beings are rational animals. Just as our rational wills extend beyond our physical bodies in space through things like property, relationships, etc., they extend beyond our bodies in time. We make plans and have hopes for the future. Other animals can be observed to experience pain at the loss of a companion, but we experience equal pain at the loss of and affronts to their spirit. Murder isn't simply the killing of a speaking, contract-making body. It's the killing of all a soul aspired to do and be, and perhaps everyone they aspired to make. And even as a dead negative, that can still be wronged. The murderer can laugh, and by so doing stamps on his victim's will his own. Here the death penalty may present itself as not simply justifiable, but as a moral duty. Not retribution, but cessation. Not to deter future atrocities, but to terminate atrocities ongoing. Not to avenge the violently wronged or the dead, but to spare the innocent and the living, and not just the innocent living. Because this justification has an additional feature. To keep an incorrigible murderer forever caged out of an obsessive need to preserve his metabolism at all costs is to do him unfathomable violence. He is a human being and author of his actions, the results of which have been desired and chosen by his rational mind. To treat him not as a doer of wrong who could equally have been a doer of right, but as a patient, as a malfunctioning body without a will of its own, which must be hijacked by a better will, not his own, is to deny his humanity and to affront his own dignity in the same way he affronts that of his victim by laughing, and to kill his humanity and his soul for the sake of his flesh. There is as much difference between these as there is between fact and justice, and it is as abhorrent to conflate the former as it is the latter. To such a one we render not only a punishment by killing him, but an honor. This was Hegel's argument. By contrast, to hide him away with others, similarly guilty, away from the world, with no future, no human future at least, to suffer endless attempts to hijack his body with a rationale not his own through therapies and treatments, however well intentioned, is to reduce him to a mule. You've killed him all the same. Or worse, you condemned him to a living death before his inevitable natural one, which he will meet not as a man, but as a beast. And I don't know if I have any time left or if we've gone over, but I yield whatever I've got left. Thank you.
You got it. Thank you very much, President Sunday. And we are going to kick it over to the last opening statement. But before we do kick it over to Dr. Ben, want to let you know we are pumped for this Friday, folks, as Destiny will be returning. He'll be debating Brenton, and in particular, it'll be Destiny's moral system on trial. So we are excited for that, folks, and want to remind you, hey, hit that subscribe button and that notification button so you don't miss that one live. It's going to be a blast. And so, Dr. Ben, thanks so much. The floor is all yours.
Thanks, James. So I guess, call me old-fashioned here, but I don't actually think you need a good reason not to kill people. I think you need a very, very, very good reason to kill people. Now, such reasons exist. If you're in a back alley and someone is coming at you with a knife, and crucially, you cannot stop them without killing them, then you have a very, very, very good reason. If Nazis have invaded your country and you can only beat them back by taking their lives, then again, you have such a reason. But what we're being asked to contemplate tonight is the idea of that we sometimes have a very, very good reason. We've somehow cleared that immense threshold of justification for snuffing out the lives of well-secured prisoners. And I have a hard time imagining anything that would justify that. Now, this is complicated in a couple of ways. One of which is that I think there's a way that somebody could interpret the topic of the debate tonight, on which Jaume and Sunday actually agree with us, which is that if I'm hearing correctly, I think they agree that whether or not the death penalty can exist in principle, it at least should not exist in the contemporary United States. Which is not a small concession. If we're all death penalty abolitionists in the actual case, then that really narrows the scope of the disagreement. And again, I'm not certain that that's their position. I think that is, from what I've heard. I think it's worth taking a moment to circle and underline the reasons why it would follow from, I think, the things that Dylan has said, the things I think Jaume and Sunday have agreed to, that the death penalty should be abolished in the contemporary United States. Because when we hear that there are severe racial imbalances in applying the death penalty, that there are numerous cases of human beings killed by the state who later turn out to be innocent, and so on, Some death penalty apologists respond by saying that these are reasons to just, say, okay, look, these aren't reasons not to have the death penalty. These are reasons just to reform the criminal justice system as a whole. After all, the same factors can lead to unjust or excessive imprisonment, just like they can lead to the death penalty. So we wouldn't solve the problem by just abolishing the death penalty. And fair enough, we do very badly need to reform the criminal justice system as a whole in some very deep and radical ways. But all of this is a reason for the United States, at least, not to have the death penalty, in the same way that if you have an aged relative named Sam who wants to keep a gun in his home for the sake of self-defense, and you're trying to decide whether to let him do that, and you know for a fact that Sam is half blind, extremely paranoid, more than a little bit racist, and has repeatedly shot at the mailman, all of that, even if you think some people should be allowed to have guns in their house for the sake of self-defense, all of those would be really good reasons not to let Sam have a gun in his house. Now, I would argue that the issue about unjust conviction is not just a reason that the United States should not have the death penalty. It's a reason that no possible future country, no society should have the death penalty. I'm a socialist, but you're not going to find me claiming that in some future socialist utopia, nobody is ever going to be wrongly convicted. Human institutions are just too fallible for us to be able to be confident that this is ever going to be the case. And someone sentenced to life in prison who's exonerated decades later can at least get part of their life back, whereas without resurrection for the dead, there's simply no equivalent for capital punishment. Another way that this debate has been complicated, given the opening statements, is that the reasons that almost everybody who supports the death penalty supports the death penalty are reasons that the other side has disowned. That standard defenses of the death penalty involve some combination of retribution and deterrence, and we've heard that Jalma and Sunday don't actually believe in either of those things. I would argue that if you listen closely, what Sunday said at the end did sound pretty retributive-ish to me, but he at least says that he doesn't. But since, again, almost anybody who supports the death penalty is going to support them for this reason, it's worth thinking through some of the reasons beyond the Kantian ones that they mentioned that these don't hold water. So, as Dylan has mentioned, the statistical evidence for deterrence simply isn't there. States with the death penalty do not, in fact, have lower murder rates than states without the death penalty. Countries with the death penalty, like Canada, where our opponents both live, don't have higher murder rates than countries without the death penalty. It's just barely possible that there are confounding factors masking some real deterrence effects. But even if that were true, it wouldn't matter. If a combination of different economic circumstances and no death penalty can bring about a lower murder rate than we'd have with the combination of a death penalty with the economic conditions prevailing in death penalty states, then the moral imperative to pursue an economic strategy for lowering crime rather than resorting to a barbaric practice like the death penalty to achieve the same end would be overwhelming. Some death penalty proponents, and again, I'm glad our opponents, haven't stooped to this, try to argue that we have good intuitive reasons to guess that the death penalty works as a deterrent, even if that doesn't show up in the statistics. So there is something that you often find in essays defending the death penalty, where, they'll make this analogy, well, the death penalty is like a lighthouse. We only know how many shipwrecks there are. We don't know how many ships are saved by lighthouses. But of course, if we ripped down all the lighthouses on the West Coast and kept all the lighthouses on the East Coast, we would have excellent statistical data very quickly on how effective they were or they weren't. So as far as retributive desert goes, this is where my opponents seem to be the most ambiguous, at least to me. Maybe it'll be cleared up later. Because we still heard, we heard that the punishment should fit the crime, and so there still seems to be some idea that even if it's not exactly about retaliation, that people should be punished in kind, which they've disowned, that there should at least be some sort of proportionality principle, and this is part of why we should have the death penalty for the worst offenses. Now, I know I'm running up to time, so let me just quickly say that to see why there's no straight road from the worst crime should get the worst punishment to the death penalty should be among the array of available punishments. Think, forgive me, this is too silly, but think about the classic film, The Princess Bride. At the end of the movie, Wesley challenges the prince to a duel, not to the death, but to the pain. He starts out describing what this means, and he says the first thing you lose will be your feet, then your hands at the wrist, followed by your tongue, and then your left eye. And the prince interrupts, and he says, and then my right eye, and then my ears. Should we gotta get on with it? Wrong, Wesley replies. Your ears you keep, so that every shriek of every child shall be yours to cherish. Every babe that weeps in fear at your approach, every woman that cries, dear God, what is that thing, will reverberate forever in your perfect ears. So, should the justice system include a to the pain punishment? Well, if you going on this principle that that the worst crime should get the worst punishment, that the punishment should fit the crime in that sense, you might think so, because after all, not all murders are even created equal. Some are much more savage and depraved than others. And so you might think that the lesser murders should get the death penalty and the worst murders should get this. And of course, what this silly example shows us is that what the principle that the worst crime should get the worst punishment doesn't really tell us a thing about what that worst punishment should be. Just like we would all presumably agree that the pain punishment should not be on the books. I think we would argue on our side that the state should not have the power. No human institution should have the power to take the life of a well-secured prisoner. Nothing would justify that.
All right, we will jump into the open conversation, folks, and want to give you a friendly reminder. All of our guests are linked in the description, so if you want to hear more, you can hear more by clicking on those links. We appreciate our guests. Want to remind you, friendly reminder out there, we want you to attack the arguments rather than the people. So thanks so much for being your friendly selves out there, and we'll jump into open dialogue. The floor is all yours.
So, Jama, in your opening, I heard something about the social contract. In Sunday's statement, it seemed like he was contemplating a social contract-based argument for the death penalty, but I wasn't quite clear on whether he was dismissing it entirely or just saying that that this doesn't give us the whole reason, for the death penalty. But would one of you like to expand on that argument?
Well, Ben, I'm gonna have Sunday kind of expand on his argument. His argument is slightly different than mine, and kind of talks about the principal case versus mine talks about some of the nuances of what things would look like in practice and why it may not be tenable currently. I had a few things I wanted to discuss with you in a more kind of fine-grained way, so maybe I'll have Sunday open and then I might follow up if that's all right.
Sure, but just to be clear, like was your argument, because both of you spent a lot of time talking about all the arguments for the death penalty that don't work, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
But I heard a lot less about which arguments do work. So I kind of got a humanitarian argument from you at the end.
Yes. So what I would say in relation to that is that Sunday's in principle case for the fact that there may be instances in which the death penalty may still obtain in these kind of extremely rare and specific instances forces us to think on a practical level, using a kind of pragmatist approach almost, about the nature of the injustices in the current system. It's not just, we should think about them instead. It's that even, there's a sort of tendency in philosophy, which I think is actually not a terrible one, which is to say, if I were to try to support this almost intolerable thing, and I were to still find some reason why I couldn't just completely dismiss it, that, if I put pressure on that point, is going to reveal what's troubling about the system overall. And so on a practical level, what I'm concerned about, the proportionality rationale definitely comes into play in terms of retribution arguments. I don't think the state is a legitimate moral authority as it stands. And so the idea of it engaging in a retributive act strikes me as absurd. Even more so, an individual having a desire for that kind of act to kind of back up that sort of rhetoric strikes me as doubly absurd. However, the only part of the proportionality rationale that I want to maintain that I think is interesting is that we want to make sure that the response to a crime doesn't lead to mindless suffering and worsening of conditions overall within the existing system. I ideally would not want to see a heavily morally illegitimate state a compromised state mete out punishment. And yet, if that state is not meting out capital punishment, it's meting out other punishments instead. And we need to be sure that there is something uniquely awful about capital punishment compared to, for instance, putting someone in solitary confinement and causing extraordinary undue suffering to them and the people around them for life, for instance. And we also need to make sure that we know why one is appropriate and why the other one isn't. By forcing us to consider capital punishment and keeping it on the table as a possible response, we're forced to consider what's uniquely awful or not awful about it. And my argument is that there are actually things worse than capital punishment on a practical level, and revealing what happens when we look at this in terms of the souls and the meaningful nature of people's existences beyond merely, bad thing happened, now we need to fix it. This happened, now we need to deter it from happening else. When we actually look at what's at stake for people, we start to realize there are things far worse than death. And so basically I'm taking Sunday's in principle stronger stance and applying it in a weaker sense to a system where really there's no legitimate moral authority to mete out any punishment. But if it's going to mete out punishment, there's nothing in my mind that makes capital punishment the worst punishment that could be meted out. I think there are worse things currently existing. So that's kind of in extreme cases. And again, I would take the instances of meting out capital punishment down to basically one in maybe every 100 years. And I would only want this to occur if we had empirical evidence, like DNA testing, that person was actually there and had committed the crime. And we had number of years of very, very careful empirical research into the fact that person could not be brought back or resuscitated into a functional stance again. And if we knew they did it, and we knew that it was the rare instance where we couldn't do anything to rehabilitate them, then I think there are things worse than death. That's what I'm trying to say. And I'm making a case for a very rare application of this.
So do you think that we could
just to add to that quickly, and again, like, these rare cases are exceedingly rare, and I would agree with anyone who says that we should absolutely limit the death penalty to an absolute tiny stringent minority of cases. But there are cases that do fit the bill. Jeffrey Dahmer is a paradigmatic one, where we do in fact have both conclusive evidence and a confession, and a remorseless culprit. So it's...
May I just add one addendum to that? I think it's unacceptable at this point, given that we have DNA testing, to convict anyone in such a way as ensures either brutal isolatory lifetime imprisonment or the death penalty without effective DNA testing such that we know they committed the crime being in place first. Like, I think that has to be in place.
You said that a couple times about, like, we know they committed the crime given DNA testing. But of course, it is it's not uncommon, like many of the cases of innocent people who have been executed, that there is some method of physical evidence about which, like, crazy amounts of confidence were projected, that you had some you had expert witnesses come and say, no, given this bit of given DNA, given other things, we could be really sure, and then it comes out 20 years later that there was a whole string of people who were convicted based on this, and it's actually not very good.
So I want to say you're totally right about that, but the only addendum to that is that, so then think about this, that person might be imprisoned for life in solitary confinement in horrific conditions. This is a problem about how we judge certainty, period, across the board, not just in relation to capital punishment, all other sorts of punishments, severe punishments the state could mete out. And so I think that that's an important consideration, and one that we ought to think about when we realize the state is still severely punishing innocent people in ways that are, in my opinion, worse than death. So I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, I know Dylan wants to get in on this, but I just want to really quickly say, I'm not, I think that one reason, why capital punishment would be worse than life in prison, which I don't think should be equated with life in solitary confinement. I mean, I think that we have an actually existing, judicial systems. I think that there are many countries that don't do that. So there's no reason that the options should be limited to death penalty or solitary confinement, but as far as just life in prison, taking out the solitary confinement aspect, like, one pretty straightforward reason why the lack of certainty would be more troubling for death than for life imprisonment is if you have, 20 years into a life term, if the conviction is overturned, then that person can still get some of their life back. Whereas once the death penalty has been applied, it's irreversible.
The problem here is that so much is resting on this absolute denial of there being a possibility of certainty, and there are simply cases where we do have certainty.
Well, I think that the question isn't so much whether certainty can exist in any case, but what you want the rules of the system to be, because the threshold can't be DNA evidence for the reasons that we're talking about. That can't be the threshold for certainty if we're coming up with rules rather than just thinking about instances. If the threshold is that some decision maker feels very, very, very sure, we know that can't be the threshold either. We have too many real life cases of convictions being posthumously overturned where that held. If the threshold is a confession for reasons that Dylan mentioned and other reasons, that can't be the threshold either, because we have too many real cases or life cases of false confession. So I wouldn't deny that there are instances in which I would feel certain, and I don't think it's irrational to feel certain. But when we're talking about the design of institutions, we want there to be clear rules and not just judgment calls.
But I mean, that is a clear rule. That's a black and white distinction. Do we have certainty or do we not?
Well, no, but where I'm saying that you don't have a clear rule is when we have certainty, right? What's the rule for what legally counts as having certainty?
The thing is, what always will happen is there'll be this new technology in criminal justice. Be like, well, now we have video evidence, or now we have. They just told us straight up.
Then why punish anyone for anything at all?
Well,
the thing is, I agree, because we need to have some sort of punishment on the whole to protect society, because it's a really good chance that when we convict somebody, they were guilty of the crime. Vast majority of the time, that's the case. Well, let me finish.
Please.
First time I've talked since my intro.
Go for it.
But having a safety kind of trigger in place, that if it turns out on further review after the fact that they were innocent, then we can always pull the lever to let them out of prison. But if they're dead, that's impossible. And when we give the state the power to kill people, we always we'll say, well, in certain instances, we need to do it when we have irrefutable proof. When somebody's put on death row, that's the state assuming we have irrefutable proof, that we're pretty damn confident that this person was guilty. When we get convictions, that's supposed to be the case. But historically and presently, that doesn't seem to be the case. When I said 4.1% of people on death row are innocent, that was the lowest possible number. That's at least 4.1% of people on death row are innocent. That's not a number any nation should be proud of, and I don't see how we could really move that number down to an acceptable margin.
So, Dylan, part of the difficulty that I'm having is I basically mostly agree with you. So the debate that we're having right now is, should 0.000000001% of people actually be positioned such that they are up for capital punishment versus should zero be in that position? And what's at stake in terms of suffering and long-term consequences for both parties and reversibility concerns? So the problem that I'm having is there's also a practical intuition that when you deal with things like the criminal justice system in the United States, that people are not predisposed to want to dispense with capital punishment over other types of punishment. So here's more of a pragmatist argument, right? Given that that's not the case, massively limiting the conditions under which this could ever occur and increasing the demandingness constraints to the point that almost nobody ever in 100 years is actually up for this may be the most effective way of actually limiting and radically transforming and moving the system towards a more just mode of existing, and actually to help restore, in fact, state legitimacy. So that's one thing I wanted to say. The other thing to Ben, and this is actually like a good faith question. I'm not going to run around for the rest of my life necessarily never changing my position ever. I want to actually ask this question, seriously consider this one concern, because when it comes to the nature of suffering, yes, obviously it's not just, it would be a false dichotomy to say, oh, well, solitary confinement or they'll die, so which one would you choose? I'm not going to do anything sleazy like that. I don't think that's what's at stake. But in the instance in which a person suffered inordinately in prison and everyone around them suffered and everything about their life was meaningless and they were finally released, and we know for a fact there's not going to be rehabilitation available to most people in a reasonable way. We know the way prison systems operates currently, they break people. I mean, I'm a huge fan of rehabilitation over punishment. I think the way that prison systems exist currently is disgusting and repulsive and basically corporatocratic, right? So in the instance in which that person is released, is the rest of what they could live through until they die necessarily better than if they had simply been given the death penalty in that instance? Like in that one rare once in 100 years instance where we basically almost knew, to the point of having, like, to the point that we could say it's a justified true belief across every analytic, empiricist, a posteriori, a priori, framework across every possible philosophical system and practical and scientific system, that person was guilty. And that one instance in 100 years, it turned out that they weren't. And then that person was released after a lifetime of suffering, because that person in particular would be the inmate who would probably be in solitary, who would probably be in those conditions. In that one instance, would that still be better than if they had died peacefully without suffering?
So
that's the question.
So
let me. Well, was that proposed to me or
you
guys? Supposed to them, but anybody can answer it. I'm actually earnestly asking that because
I wanted to answer the first question first.
I'll give my answer, but Dylan, if you want to go first.
Yeah. So I wanted to answer the practicality argument, the idea that, well, people in the United States, I think it's a little bit, but the statistics are clear that the majority of Americans are okay with the death penalty existing. My state, among other states, though, have abolished the death penalty for many of the reasons I've brought up. There's been a lot of activism around it. I believe Joe Biden has put it on his agenda to end it on the federal level, and I think the narrative is shifting generally on the argument, because I think when we look at our criminal justice system, and I apply the arguments I've given here today, I think most people will reconsider the position, hopefully. But if the argument is that, and a practicality's sake, to win over some of the people who don't exactly want to completely get rid of it, but limit it, that we limit it now, I'd be fine with that as a step into the eventual abolition of the death penalty. For practicality's sake, I can understand somebody making the argument that, well, first we should limit the effects of the death penalty because we can't abolish it at the moment. So let's pass this law, which makes it so we can only apply it to people accused of like some of the worst criminal offenses physically possible, that it has to like be terrorism or something along those lines. And then eventually use that as a jumping off point to abolish the death penalty. If the practicality argument's there, then I can agree with you on and using it as a strategic goal to eventually get to the death penalty. Now, when it comes to the idea of for suffering all this time in prison and or death penalty, I would make the argument, of course, I don't like the idea of putting somebody in prison on the idea of the goal is to make them suffer. And I think we both agree that the goal should be rehabilitation. The reason why we have 20% of the world's prison population, of only 6% of the world's population, is because we have the most prisoners of any nation in the world, including China, which I think is absolutely off the walls, is because we don't have an extremely rehabilitative system. And so I would hope under my system that I would be proposing, which would not include the death penalty and not include this kind of suffering that we're doing, this type of idea where we throw somebody in a cell, we throw away the key, and then we all make jokes about them getting raped in prison, which is the current culture we have around it. I would like to do away with it. But if your argument is about just suffering compared to death, I am somebody who is a proponent of death with dignity. And if somebody, this is just generally, this isn't just opposed to prisoners, if somebody was suffering so much that they wanted to end their lives, say with cancer or something like that, I could be kind of maybe debated into a position of being like, I feel like they could be able to make the decision to end their own life, which if there was an idea like a prisoner was so torn up by being confined that they couldn't do it, it was psychologically damaging to them, I could see a scenario. But again, we're doing pretty abstract hypotheticals here, where a death with dignity might be an option, but they would have to make the decision, not the state.
If I may interject, may I interject on that point quickly?
That last part, I did just want to make sure before too many minutes pass between the question that I answered Jalma, and so first thing I want to say, just there's no worry about evasion or anything, just so it's clear, is would getting the rest of their life back under that circumstance be better? And the answer, I think, is absolutely yes. But I also wanted to go back before expanding on that to something that Jalma said at the beginning of the question, which is that what we're talking about is like a 0.01 percent application of the death penalty. And this goes back to what I was talking about with Sunday a minute ago, which is that I really want to know what these rules are going to be that are going to that are going to guarantee that it's kept down to 0.00001%, right? So you could do the equivalent of what the rabbis in the Babylonian Talmud did, and said like, oh, you can only kill people if there are such and such many witnesses who saw them do it directly, and things like this, where basically the goal is to guarantee that nothing that really happens will ever count. But of course, that's just a sort of a cute way of abolishing it, entirely. So that's a distinction without a difference. You could do things like limit it to certain categories of crimes. You could say that we only have the death penalty not for ordinary murders, but for genocide, something like that. Although I certainly don't think that would capture the sort of cases typically that would be that the in principle case that Sunday is making would apply to. But I'm just very skeptical that there are going to be rules that you can use to capture the cases of genuine certainty and exclude all of the cases of apparent but not real certainty that afflict us in the real world. And again, I do think that the reversibility concerns give us a good reason to say, given uncertainty, there is a difference in principle between the death penalty and other punishments. But just real quickly to expand on the yes, I think the point that Dylan ended with is exactly the relevant one. So the question is, if you're doing the executed person a favor by executing them, because their life would be so miserable for these decades in prison, or so miserable that even the remaining 10 or 20 years or however long they had after they got out of freedom would it just wouldn't be worth it. Then I think that should be up to them. As a matter of fact, most people don't think that being executed as opposed to being sent to prison, even the kind of hellhole prisons that we actually have in the United States, that I take it all four of us agree are utterly unacceptable. But even with those prisons, it's not the case that most people facing the death penalty would view the death penalty as opposed to life in prison as doing them a favor. I know there are very occasionally cases where that's true, but in the overwhelming majority of cases, people facing the death penalty will fight with everything they have to get life in prison imprisonment instead. And people who have gone through decades, of imprisonment and see a chance to get out will fight with everything they have to get that. And I'm just not comfortable second guessing them and saying that no, you really would have been better off if you were dead. If that's what we want to do, perhaps we can allow people to kill themselves. But making that decision on their behalf that it's more humane to kill them, I think takes us back to the sort of core moral rot, at the heart of the very idea of having the death penalty as a punishment, which is this idea that that society or the state, owns the person, and they should have total control over them, even to end their life, which I think is just in principle more power than any institution should ever have over anyone.
Yeah, I disagree with that categorically. So to a certain extent, we're talking past each other here. We were very careful at the onset to distinguish between the principle and the practical problem. The practical problem,
I acknowledge that.
You covered admirably. So but hang on. So you covered the practical principle admirably. There are a lot of problems with how it's done today. There are a lot of inefficiencies and whatnot. Let's say, for the sake of argument, we solved all that. You still have the in principle problem of, if you have this case, the Jeffrey Dahmer type case, should we keep him alive indefinitely while his existence and his own behavior torments the people around him and the people he's left to suffer as a result of his crimes? And I think, no, absolutely not. And to counter that statement, what I've heard so far is that for whatever reason, you're perfectly fine with tormenting a person's soul in prison for 50 plus years, but God forbid anybody touch his body. That strikes me as very strange.
Well, that's obviously a silly straw man that has nothing to do with anything anybody has said.
That's what you were doing.
No, it's not. That's something you made up to us today. I don't know where you're getting it.
Furthermore, I was actually quite clear. The reason why I brought up the contractarianism, and the reason why I we spent so much time dispelling the idea that deterrence and retributivism, were viable arguments, is specifically to separate them from the argument that we were making, which is not retributivist at all. The point is that when a person is part of a society, they contract not just as a body, but as a human being with human dignity and the right to choose. When we put a person into prison, when we decide that in fact, in response to his actions, we are actually going to try and change the person interminably, in effect putting him into a trial until the end of time, until he dies naturally. We are dehumanizing him to a degree unfathomable. In fact, that is the greatest expression of state power I can imagine, far greater than killing him. What the tiniest society finds themselves forced to do under extreme circumstances. Like I'm just not seeing how you're actually answering our objections here.
Well, I really haven't heard very much about those objections. Like, this is part of the thing that makes this confusing, that we got a few minutes at the end where the considerations that you do find powerful for having the death penalty were briefly gestured at. The overwhelming majority of the time was spent disowning standard arguments for the death penalty. But let's talk about the Dahmer case. So I think first, first of all, the idea that if we could get rid of all the problems about certainty, the death penalty would just be justified, is a uninterestingly vacuous hypothetical, because we can't. No human society possibly could. But as far as the idea that it's, well, okay, but it's a hypothetical that's it's not just a counterfactual, it's a counterpossible. It's impossible.
That's what you are doing when you say that, well, we can't have the death penalty because we may find in some point in the future that every single case has been a false accusation, despite a preponderance of evidence and a confession. Not just a confession, but also behavior that expresses gleeful pride in the crime.
Could I just step in really quickly
Please.
On this, Sunday? Okay, so basically, in terms of me and Sunday, I'm making a weaker. I'm supporting a weaker argument, like the weaker case, philosophically speaking. So in other words, like I'm not as how to describe it. I'm not talking as much about the in principle distinctions and investments that go into retaining capital punishment as Sunday is. But what I am doing is I'm saying that I'm taking his discussion of Hegel's notion of what constitutes kind of the worst sort of suffering you can inflict on somebody who's committed a crime that in many senses may actually violate the social contract, and what the consequences that would be, and using that to wonder if there's some arbitrariness around getting rid of capital punishment over another form of punishment. I think, Ben, you've discussed pretty extensively how in that there are things that are unique about capital punishment. I may disagree with you on that, but there is one point that you brought up that I thought was really excellent in practice, that I wanted to address in response, which is that, okay, so if we're going to differentiate between the 0.00001% death case and the none whatsoever on principle, how do we establish the conditions of knowing what's appropriate in that instance? Like, how are we going to actually be able to work on that or think about that or manage that? And the kind of moral intuitions that Sunday is bringing to bear on this are the intuitions that a lot of people have. And so it's one of these things that one has to consider the moral consequences when an odious act is committed for people who are not immediately and directly, who are not the person who has immediately committed that act, and also the sort of consequences down the road for other people in terms of how we treat the person who's committed that act. And so I think the practical consideration of how would we ever be able to adjudicate or deal with that or have the kind of evidence that we require is an important one. But I think that we are still nonetheless giving arbitrary status to a person being executed on the basis of having murdered multiple people or done something that we believe we know to have occurred, over the moral status of other types of suffering, of other types of structures that could be put in place, of other things that could be done to that person's body or existence or life, or those of the people around them. And so I do think there's still a bit of an arbitrariness concern that needs to be addressed, although I want to say I take your point that, to be able to determine that we would know this beyond a shadow of a doubt in a legal sense even, is going to be an extreme challenge. And part of that extreme challenge, part of what's entailed in that extreme challenge is how, on what a limited basis we would actually be able to actually meet that criteria, right? So I did want to acknowledge that, but I also wanted to say that I'm still not fully sold on the arbitrariness with which we are taking capital punishment to be utterly unique, right?
Okay, so I don't think it needs to be utterly unique for there to be reasons to abolish it that don't apply to other punishments. Okay. I think that one reason to abolish it that doesn't apply to other punishments is the irreversibility. I mean, that seems like a really powerful consideration to me, and I think the question about how to design the rules is a really crucial one. Because whether we're, because there are two respects in which I think you and Sunday are making slightly different arguments. There are two respects in which we're talking about uniqueness, right? One is the sort of uniqueness of the degree of certainty that you can supposedly have in some cases, and the one is the uniqueness of like the heinousness of like the ongoing attitude of the person, and I would just point out that when you're designing rules, okay, they can be executed if they've confessed. That stands as a sufficient certainty. That's the sort of rule that you could have in an actually existing system, but they can be executed if their attitude exhibits gleefulness. Seems like a much slipperier thing, in terms of the degree of clarity that we want for actual rules. As far as the dehumanization argument, I would say that first of all, that if you've just decided that somebody will never morally reform, that you've just decided that they'll never change their attitude and they'll never feel differently because it's been too long, and so you're just sure that it won't happen. It seems like that is what's reducing them to the status of something that does not have free will. If you're treating them as a person, then that possibility would always have to be left open. Also, this idea that life imprisonment necessarily means an eternal campaign for rehabilitation, it's just not true. That you could say, even if for the sake of argument, we were giving up on the very possibility of rehabilitation. We were deciding, nope, you don't have free will. You aren't a person who with autonomy.
Right, just to be sure. So if you're in maybe like 20 seconds, Ben, if you're able to wrap up this point, and
if you even if you did decide that, you could still say, no, this is a human being who has certain inalienable rights, including the right to life. So we can keep people safe from him by keeping him in prison. But there are things that we may not do to him.
Ben, you categorically misunderstood the argument. The problem is not that we've decided arbitrarily that a person cannot be reformed. The problem is that a very tiny minority of persons on death row are actively engaging in pernicious activity. Not just pernicious activity, but undignifying activity to the dead, to the families of their victims, and indeed to themselves. Additionally, this is a very strange and arbitrary distinction you're making with respect to reversibility. Tell me, Ben, if at the end of if a person's life that would have progressed for approximately 10 years later is cut short by the death penalty, or if a person loses 10 years earlier because he has been detained wrongly early on, how is the one more reversible than the other? Explain this. How does one get a decade back? It's an arbitrary distinction.
It's just that you're refusing to acknowledge the actual distinction, which is that once part of the sentence has been carried out, the rest of it can still be negated in one case, whereas in the other, it's binary. Once it's been carried out, it's carried out.
That is the case for both. You still lose the time. The distinction
that's why
identical.
I said part. You may have missed that word. Part of the sentence has been carried out.
Okay, so your prejudice is just
the rest of it could be, the rest of it can still be negated, whereas in one case it doesn't come in degrees. Right. You've either been killed or you have not.
If I may just add an addendum to what Sunday just said, is that all right, Sunday?
Please.
Okay. Basically, so when we were talking about the uniqueness, I think that Ben, you were making an important distinction between kind of the uniqueness of different things at play here. Clearly, we're not just talking about one thing, but we're talking about uniqueness. So there's something unique about the degree of certainty that's coming into play. There's something unique about aspects of aspects of the non-rehabilitation component. The other thing too that I wanted to question is there something uniquely awful about the irreversibility condition compared to any other form of suffering or anything else that could be enacted, or the suffering that could be caused not just to the person who had committed the crime, but, you know, as Sunday's been arguing in somewhat stronger principle terms than me, the broader community, break down the social contract, even under horrendous conditions, etc. So I kind of wanted to maybe discuss the kind of the uniqueness of the irreversibility condition a little bit more.
Well,
one moment, Ben. Before
it's just a relevant disanalogy, but I know Dylan has been wanting to talk for some time.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about this idea earlier, and it was kind of scrolled over. I don't know if we all accepted it, but the idea like victims get this like healing through the death penalty. This idea that once you pull the switch and you fry the dude or woman, you know, I'm inclusive on murderers, then this healing comes. But I have not seen any data to suggest that, and in fact, the data I have seen suggests the opposite. A lot of times,
we're in agreement.
Great. So, like, okay, I just thought you said like earlier, like for the victims, like we.
No, not at all. Okay, so just for clarification, if I may, and I'll let you talk afterwards because I know you have been waiting. My argument is that in the event that you have a situation where the person in prison has no hope of being released, has no hope of being what's the word I'm looking for, restored, and is engaging in ongoing and, as far as we can tell, ceaseless pernicious activity, harming the people around him and harming by the knowledge of the fact that this person is laughing and having gotten one over his victims who can no longer retaliate in any way or gain back their dignity or their lives, that the death penalty in this case acts as a measure to cease that harm, and purely to cease that harm. As an alternative, if you see any difference in this, I would be perfectly content if we swapped out the death penalty with a drug-induced dreamless sleep of interminable length, whatever you prefer.
So I don't think that a continued life constitutes a harm to the family.
But that's just being insensible to the point I made.
I'm sorry, but I thought you're saying that the death penalty removes their ability to continue to do harm to the family, where I think the internment of the individual,
family, also the people around them.
Well, the thing is,
there are actually quite a few cases of people who have had to be moved around, in Canada in particular, who have been let out and later.
Last point, and then I want to hear from Dylan.
Okay.
Sure, please.
So I just wanted to be clear, like from the studies I've seen, like particularly from the University of Michigan, what ends up happening, particularly for the victims, is that many of them end up being like, oh, I don't know why I thought this would bring my family member back, or oh man, this didn't help at all, and it's like they're directing their emotions towards this quest to like slay this monster. Then the monster's gone, but all the pain's still there, and nothing is solved through that. And so I don't see how them, if they're confined from the family, how that could at all be of any damage to the family whatsoever.
Well, it's not entirely true that people are entirely confined to the family. People on death row or people in serving long sentences can make constant appeals, and the family has to address those. Secondly, we get reports of what happens in these prisons. There was an infamous case locally, named a person called Cruz Wellwood, who had to be moved around because after raping and murdering a girl at his school, he was then bragging about it to people, his fellow inmates, and he had to be isolated from them because he was tormenting them and disturbing them with these stories. Like, this is, I mean, if those people felt that revenge would get them any sort of succor, that they were mistaken, and I'm deeply sorry for them, but that's not the argument that we're making here.
So okay. Could you say the first argument one more time?
Oh,
you said you made two arguments. You said one, and then you said the person being moved around. Oh, appeals. Okay. So the thing is, if someone appeals and then gets out, that's how it's supposed to work. And the idea that we could have sentenced that person who appealed and got out to death instead. Well, if they appealed and got out, that's good. That's the system. That's how the system's supposed to work.
You misunderstand me. There's for example, if in Canada you are convicted of a capital crime, you can continue to appeal until the day you die. And the problem with that is that this includes people who have been confirmed guilty. We have multiple cases of murder rapists going to prison for that, having been confirmed to have that, serving out their sentences, leaving, and then committing the same crime again. Now, that, of course, is on an individual basis, a deterrent argument, but the point is that there is no strong actual separation between these people and the rest of the community. They aren't isolated interminably. And unless you're unless you actually just want them to suffer indefinitely in prison as a contrast, which doesn't strike me as a mercy compared to the death penalty.
Well, I would say that the best thing to do would be to, so the idea is that these people might one day get out of prison and then they might do everything
No.
again.
That's not the issue. The point is just that there's not actually a solid, concrete distinction or separation between them and the wider community. We still communicate with them. Their doings in prison still reach our ears and our eyes. Like they're not just in a separate universe away in a dungeon dimension somewhere. They still exist.
So like their existence, because we can still peer in, could end up hurting people because
we don't just peer in. The point is, with respect to the appeals and whatnot, is that these people can actually project outwards. Like we know of this. Like
yes, but the appeal system, and I would say that any harm that could have been done by the fact that people can appeal is easily outweighed by the importance of people being able to appeal to the system and actually have their cases reviewed. One actually data point I didn't bring up earlier is how the reason why I keep seeing at least 4.1% on death row, and that's the lowest number possible, is because when people are killed, usually there's no reason to actually review their case afterward. Like if they're dead, like, woohoo, you're free, and you pour the ashes out the window, like what do you do? And so the importance of having the appeals process is another check on making sure that people in our prisons are not innocent and they're actually guilty of those crimes.
So,
hang on. Sorry, John.
Sorry, Dylan. I just wanted to say really quickly, I think that what you're saying about appeals and needing to have due process around appeals is especially important in a system that is arbitrary in the way that it's going to, how do I put this, like convict people depending on both the race of their victims and their own race.
Yep.
And
3.5% more likely to be convicted if it's a white victim. Yeah.
I've read the same statistic, and I've been sort of privy to similar, and also people can have forced confessions such that they're confessing, but they don't actually know what they're confessing to. And in general, people are being capable of being just completely maligned and wrongly positioned and pushed into conditions where they're on death row, which I think is actually a huge psychic harm to innocent people as well. That's just terrible. And that the appeal process is very important within the context of that system. However, I worry that
You fix that by not having the death penalty, right? In what situations are you for the death penalty? Technically, it's a binary. You can, certain situations, you agree with the death penalty. But if you don't feel comfortable, discussing this surrounding this from your profile, it's just been my focus for the past like 5 days. Definitely people who are unwilling, unable, incapable of being rehabilitated in order to afford the minority of people who are, and I understand that the minority of people who get the death sentence who are in fact innocent. I still think there should be life without parole across the board.
In terms of my argument, at least, which is focused on the more practical and kind of volleys back and forth with what Sunday is saying, is that that's going to be shifting the goalpost slightly, because clearly the demandingness concerns. So one of the concerns that's coming up for everybody that I want to just highlight, because I think it's stuff that we should be carrying forward into future discussions, is the demandingness concern about conviction. How do we know we have sufficient knowledge? What about the reversibility condition? What allows us to assume a certain stance about the permissibility of certain types of punishments over other punishments? How do we know, what's the demandingness around determining what causes maximum suffering, what makes things unique? These are all questions that are going to be useful and fruitful from this debate that can be carried forward. But I think the appeal question is relevant for current circumstances in which exponentially quantum more people are on death row or in these circumstances than Sunday or I would ever want to imagine any other world.
Yes.
And so that's an issue that's endemic and important to these circumstances. And I know I myself thoroughly agree with everything you just said. The point that I'm trying to raise, though, and it could, and you know, what's the word? It's just one second. Distinction without difference. The reason why what I'm saying isn't just merely a distinction without difference is I'm still not convinced on this arbitrary. I'm still not convinced that in terms of like different state meted out punishments, that there isn't some arbitrariness around how we consider irreversibility unique, how we consider capital punishment in particular unique, et cetera, if we were to be much more stringent and careful about the overall conditions than we were in this world. And so the appeal conditions are the appeal conditions within this world. So again, like here's a question for you. This might seem like a silly thought experiment, but I believe it's actually not, because I think it gets at what's at stake in capital punishment in particular. Do you believe there could be a fully rehabilitative system akin to the one established in like the Northern European model, but way advanced into the future, in which, in that rare lightning bolt, very specific, like once in 100 years instance, capital punishment would still be on the table? Do you think those two things could ever exist simultaneously? So there's a question.
Could they exist, or would I want it to exist? What do you mean?
Could they? Is it even morally commensurable?
Is it morally okay? So I would not want it to, because it doesn't match what I would say in my moral system. But I could see it existing. I could see, because again, like everything that I look at suggests that the death penalty just doesn't have an effect on like deterrence. So I could see someone building this reformative system, but kind of cudgeling it into it. I could see that happening, but I think it's a counterance to the idea of reform.
So, yeah, so this is the difficulty that I'm primarily having here. We agree on the practicalities almost to a T. The difficulty here is that your moral objections seem to rest, and I'm directing this to both Dylan and Ben, seem to rest on total insensibility to all of the psychological and spiritual harm that results from having people who gleefully take pride in their crimes continue to exist bodily in prison into perpetuity. I mean, it seems to be a moral sense that completely disregards any value in human beings except for their biological continuity, and it doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, except that there's absolutely nothing that either of us have said that even hinted at this. It's like the sixth time you've attributed that to us, but you're pulling that out of thin air. I don't understand where you take yourself to be getting this idea that there's no, that we don't think there's such a thing as, psychological harms, that they have if you think that one of the inalienable rights.
Dylan earlier was perfectly fine saying that he actually wanted people in prison to live for a long time with the knowledge of their crimes and suffer for it.
I specifically said.
I agree.
I specifically said.
There's no.
That
let him.
Well,
yeah.
Let's hear from Dylan.
I specifically said that when it came to people like Adolf Hitler, and the other example I gave was my rapist, was that I would much rather them reflect on what they have done within the criminal justice system. Now, if I suggest now, maybe I didn't give enough detail to it, but it wasn't under the idea that I want them forever to just like suffer forever. Now, there might be some primal urge within me that makes me think like Adolf Hitler suffering, I don't care. It's Adolf Hitler, right? But I think that the system should be built around the idea of even attempting to reform the biggest monsters. But even though in 99% of cases it'll be pointless, because I think building the system around reform and the idea of reform and results in much better results.
So what I'm trying to do with the practical angle that I'm taking is I'm saying that, look, the moral contention that Sunday is bringing up, whether or not you believe he's correctly attributing it to some aspect of what you said or not, maintains, which is basically that this is a situation in which we would have to disregard most certain moral intuitions people have about what constitutes knowledge, what constitutes justice, what constitutes allowing, somebody who is genuinely monstrous across any empirical, across any rare circumstantial situatedness to be like, to still be criminal. Like, in other words, he's saying that there could be instances, no matter how rare and how bizarre they may be, and how much evidence we'd have to bring to bear and the demandingness around that, whereby the person was still fully and completely remorseless, and we could really locate them with the crime. And if those things were to be more or less met, there would be some kind of moral onus that would potentially emerge, and there would be a common notion that moral onus entailed ensuring that person no longer existed in society in such a way as they could continue to cause harm or torment or do things, or in which they could even be left to suffer in some bizarre way over a prolonged period of time. And so the practical aspect of that concern is what then makes these questions around capital punishment in particular and irreversibility unique. And another issue that might come up around irreversibility is that, so there's irreversibility concerns in general, and the suffering that's caused as a result of assuming that someone committed a crime to the people who are the living leftover family and people who are associated with the victim of that crime continues for a very long period of time, even if it turns out that the person who committed the crime was innocent. And so then yet again, I want to double down and say the real issue here is that we have to be very careful and very demanding in how we actually convict people of crimes in the first place. And a lot of these concerns about irreversibility in the very rare specific case where that would still be a concern would be diminished. And so there's just a moral intuition that's common among people that if we know beyond a shadow of a doubt that something is the case, that capital punishment isn't at least worse than other forms of punishment if we were able to actually determine that that person had done something, right? So he's coming up with a moral intuition that is a common and important one and well founded, right? In some
there's a moral intuition about what the people might be justified to prevent the harm of the person who's bragging about their crimes and thus causing psychological torment to others. There's also a epistemic intuition that it would be possible to eliminate uncertainty, and I think the epistemic intuition doesn't deserve any weight at all, because we know that that's just flatly not true. And even if it's a extremely tiny sliver of an uncertainty, that still does lead to what I'd regard as a really significant and powerful disanalogy between the death penalty and life in prison. That in the case of life in prison, you can have a sentence that's been partially carried out, but have the rest of it not be carried out. And again, I think when it comes to the idea that it might be kinder to people, that like, oh, Me and Dylan, only care about people's bodies. We don't care about psychological torment. By the way, of course we care about psychological torment. What a bizarre thing to attribute to us.
Yeah, I'm not making that claim, but yeah.
Okay, Sunday made it several times, but they have a but as far as that goes, when it comes to which is worse, then that I think we should ask the victims of either. Do we as a matter of fact, overwhelmingly, most prisoners possibly facing the death penalty overwhelmingly prefer more decades in prison to the death penalty. Overwhelmingly, people in prison, for decades think that they are having a worthwhile life. When they get out for decades. I just see no reason to second guess either one. And I did just want to really quick circle around to say that on this subject of psychological harm, it would be interesting to think about the case of somebody who hasn't, who didn't commit the crime, doesn't claim to have committed the crime, but who constantly torments those around him by talking about how awesome and amazing the crime was, how this person, the victim, totally deserved to be raped and murdered, etc. And if that person is in prison for another offense, an offense that would not be considered, would not rise to the level of capital punishment, I'd be very curious about whether somebody who was causing just as much psychic harm by never shutting up about how awesome the crime was and how much the victim had it coming and laughing about it, whether that person should also...
But that's a complete non sequitur, though. The point isn't that it's just causing psychological harm. The point is that it's also effacing the dignity of the person they killed.
Well, it's not a non sequitur.
Families who lost the future.
Brought up the psychological
Ben, I'm still talking.
Harm. It might not address the entirety of your argument. Doesn't make it a non sequitur.
Okay, and additionally, you keep bringing up that people in prison would prefer to live out the rest of their lives in prison as opposed to being executed for their crimes. Why is that a factor? Like, you haven't
it's a factor because we were presented with the argument that it's kinder to them.
Neither of us have said that it's actually kinder. I don't believe. I think what we've said. Slow down. I'm not done. That was
that was how Jalma ended her opening statement, and also
no. Jalma didn't say.
Hold on. Before we do this, just to have order, why don't we do maybe 2 minutes with President Sunday, and then we'll give 2 minutes to Ben to respond, and that way we're.
I just need to say, Jalma didn't say that prison was kinder. Jalma said that we can't just have this simplistic idea that because death is final, therefore it is kinder than, therefore prison is kinder. That was the argument. She wasn't saying that death is a kindness to prisoners. In some cases, of course, like with practical situations where people have been falsely accused and spent upwards of 7 to 10 years on death row, it is not a kindness, because they can still live their lives afterwards as innocent men. But we're not just talking about human beings as being engines of pleasure, wherein the only thing that matters is how much fresh air they breathe and how much nice food they have and how many free walks they go on. There's the additional factor that we don't actually ask them when we put them into prison. When we keep a murderer who is unapologetic and in fact takes pride in what he has done in prison for an interminable length of time, in the vain hope that at some point we can force his mind to change so that he feels remorse. We are not treating him as a human being with human dignity. We devalue him and frankly every other human being in addition to that. We treat him as a will-less body to be hijacked by the state. That's not a kindness. That's not mercy. That's killing the man in soul before he dies bodily, and then spitting on his grave because he wasn't even a human.
I want to give Ben the same amount of time, which is about a minute and a half, and then hopefully before we go into the Q&A, if you guys want to keep going, I'm open to it, but we usually would be pretty soon going into the Q&A, but hopefully we can hear from Dylan as well as Jalma yet before we do that. So, but go ahead, Ben, first.
Okay, so there have been many suggestions that it would be a kindness to prisoners to execute them rather than keeping them in prison. The explanation we just heard of why Jalma wasn't saying that was confusing. That it was that she's not saying it's a kindness; she's just saying it's not necessarily.
Oh, by the way, I go by they, not she. So just throwing that.
Oh, my apologies.
Sorry,
okay.
no, that's yeah.
Okay, yeah. Not intentional. Okay.
No, of course not. I totally not a problem.
I think I might have done that first. My apologies.
Yeah, you did, Sunday. Okay.
But if they were suggesting that we can't necessarily assume that it would be kinder to keep them in prison, like rather than saying that it's kinder, at the very least, the idea that it's kinder to kill people was being suggested as a possibility. In fact, that was really in the opening statement the only positive argument for the death penalty that I heard. And from Sunday, we've had several suggestions that Dylan and I are saying that don't care about psychological harm, torturing people, by keeping them in prison. We only care about killing their bodies, which again suggests that it would be a kindness to prisoners to execute them. So that's what was being pushed back against there. As far as the question of human dignity goes, I would say two things. One, that the two issues, keeping somebody alive and holding out hope for repentance, can be broken apart. That they have that it would because you think that somebody is a human being with certain innate rights, that means that you do not have the right to take their life, even if they will never repent. Also, though, on the subject of repentance, I would say that what deprives someone of their dignity, what treats them as a willless body, is precisely saying that because their current attitude is gleeful and mocking, there is no chance that they will ever be morally rehabilitated.
Thanks so much. And then, as mentioned, we'd love to hear from you both as well before we do wrap up, but no obligation if you don't have anything to add before we do go to Q&A, Dylan and Jalma.
I think I'm just going to add on my side that in general, I want the opposition and everyone to keep in mind that we were working with an in principle and in practice distinction. And of course, as these things actually play out, discussing real systems and institutions and structures that exist right now, that distinction ends up becoming murkier and murkier. And so the claim that something in practice is not only not, morally, is not only something that could not be dealt on the basis of any moral authority that could deal it being illegitimate, on the basis of its arbitrariness, its discriminatory practices, etc., as well as the claim that the way in which it's dealt forces us to consider concerns around ensuring appeals exist, is one set of claims. Relating to that set of claims are the ideas of demandingness. How do we actually know we know? Is empirical evidence sufficient? Is justified true belief about something sufficient? Are we able to reverse decisions we make about what we know? These are all concerns that we have immediately in the here and now in a terribly morally corrupt system in which many, many more people are dealt this severe punishment compared to other punishments, compared to another, let's say, more ideal system. That's one set of claims. Whether in principle this type of punishment ought to not be on the table compared to other severe, quotes, state-sanctioned style punishments, and whether or not, and without even considering the lex talionis argument, whether there's something uniquely strange and awful in principle, is a whole other set of considerations. One point that I do want to make that I think is extremely important is that when we consider the possibility that capital punishment may still in principle be a possibility, even if there are no instances in the current system in which we would actually utilize it or should utilize it or could utilize it, we are forced to then consider what's morally at stake for everybody involved in what happens to a person who, for instance, we may know in this more ideal mode, let's say we were able to know, is guilty. We also know that we may not be able to know that, and that becomes yet another practical concern. But I think that we still have yet to establish what is unique about capital punishment in principle to an adequate extent, despite the fact that all these practical, such that we would never even consider it, especially given that there might be morally compelling reasons from a certain view, particularly deontological, kind of enriched contractarian view about the nature of people's dignity and soul past death, and what might actually be at stake for victims and the rest of it, we still haven't really considered in principle what is unique about this punishment in particular. In practice, I think we agree on a lot. And so that's basically the summation final remarks I would make on my side, just to kind of summarize my position. So I want to keep that principle practice distinction in mind.
Thanks for your patience. And if you'd like to hear more from Jalma or anyone here, want to let you know, folks, all of our guests are linked in the description. Now's a great opportunity, and we'll give it over to Dylan before we do go into the Q&A. Dylan, the floor is all yours.
So I just want to note, and I know nobody's disagreeing with me, but I would like to note this for the people at home, that it seems that nobody here has disagreed with the problems with how with the death penalty in the United States. The amount of innocent people that it kills every year, and with the state-sanctioned killing of these individuals, its racist application on how when the victims are white, the sentencing rate is much higher, and when the perpetrators are black, the sentencing rates are much higher. How there has been no evidence of deterrence throughout other countries. When you compare countries that have the death penalty or don't have the death penalty, you cannot find data to show that the countries with the death penalty have lower crime rates anywhere. The same thing is applicable to the United States when you compare states. We can talk about how this idea of a kind of revenge-based system that many people use to justify the death penalty has led to us having the 20% of the world's prison population with only 5 to 6% of the world's population. And it has been a tool of authoritarians around the world. And when you look at the states that usually value freedom and democracy, they have started to fade more and more away with it as the criminal justice systems have become more accurate and more effective in bringing about reform. So I just wanted to make these points very clear, that it seems that nobody here even disagrees on these points. And so for even if we could find a scenario, which we haven't been able to agree upon today, but even if we could all find a scenario where we all agree that this penalty in some hypothetical perfect world of applications could be applicable in the United States to stop the disproportionate use against black people, to stop the state-sanctioned killing of innocent people, to stop the horrendously high cost it takes to execute people, and to allow people who are innocent to re-enter society, hopefully one day, and to not have this wasteful amount of money being dumped into something that has no deterrence effects whatsoever. We should abolish the death penalty.
You got it. Thank you very much. We will jump into this Q&A. I want to say thanks everybody for your questions. Nikolai, starting with yours, thanks very much, said, for Dr. Ben, and I think they mean for Dylan, they said, is there an instance in which you would advocate for a life sentence as opposed to correctional programs and rehabilitation? If yes, what is that threshold and who decides?
Ben, you can go first if you want.
Sure. So I guess, are there instances in which I would say there should be a life, actually, I'm sorry, could you clarify? So what, like, I want to make sure I have the wording right, that there'd be a life sentence as opposed to.
Right, I think they
mean
a
life without parole. Do they mean that? Like the idea that they couldn't, like what exactly?
Okay.
Yeah.
That could be.
I think maybe it's even a life sentence in both cases. It's just that in one you have, like, the person's going through correctional programs, and no, that doesn't seem to make sense.
Okay, so I think Dylan's probably right. Probably, yeah. What the questioner is getting at is are there circumstances in which I would advocate that people be sentenced to life without parole as opposed to like 20 to life, and
thank you.
And I would say no. I think that when you come up with the cases, if only for pragmatic reasons, by which I mean, like, when you come up with the cases that intuitively you say, okay, we're not losing anything here by throwing away the key, your Jeffrey Dahmers and whatnot, then that sure, those people should never ever get out. Well, one, I don't really see the downside to having it be 20 to life as opposed to life without parole, because I'm very unworried about any parole board ever deciding to let out the Jeffrey Dahmer type, the Manson type. And this goes back to a point that, that came up repeatedly throughout the debate. I think that that if we're crafting rules, we don't just want those rules to be able to satisfy our intuitions in some cases. We want to think hard about what those rules are going to lead to in practice, and I would much rather err on the side of giving everybody meaningless parole hearing, like everybody parole hearings, even if for the Dahmer types those parole hearings will be totally meaningless because there's zero chance they'll ever be let out, then err on the side of not letting some people who genuinely might be rehabilitated have parole hearings.
Gotcha, and thank you very much. This question coming in from... Oh, wait, Dylan, if you wanted to add to that, you can.
Yeah, I just wanted to make clear that I want to, emphasize everything Ben said, but also add the point that I don't see the point of doing it without parole, because if it finds out that we've been able to actually reform somebody to a point where they can re-enter society, then I wouldn't see the harm in releasing them when it comes to, when we talk about the American system, preserving the individual's ability, as long as they are not going to be a harm to others, to allow them to interact with society. Of course, you could talk about the psychological effects it could have on the surrounding community, but I think a lot of times making that argument could completely upend the entirety of allowing anybody who's committed a horrific crime ever from re-entering society. So yeah, there we go.
You got it. Thanks very much. And then thanks for your question. This one from Chris Gammon, and Nikolai had a similar question in which they asked everybody to answer this. So I'll read Chris Gammon's. What do you think about banning the death penalty but allowing people sentenced to life in prison to opt for the death penalty, or you could say a form of assisted suicide, as Nikolai says, if they wanted to?
Is that for everybody, or?
That's right.
It seems fine to me. I mean, if somebody, I don't have a, if somebody believes that their confinement and inability to move freely, which it would have to happen when you imprison somebody to try to protect the rest of society from them, and they want to choose to end their own life, I believe, they have the autonomy over themselves to make that decision. As long, I do think they should have to consult with multiple doctors beforehand to make sure that they really are sure about this decision. But I don't have any personal objection.
I'm unsure about where I would stand on this. I think that a punishment that was meted out by a state on an individual on the basis of them having violated some aspect of the social contract between the two, if you want to take that frame, for instance, or you want to kind of look at it as something that's been sort of superimposed, and then allowing the individual just kind of freely adjudicate what to do with that, instead of ensuring that the punishment was delivered in a way completely different than our current system. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know what the moral status of that is, or whether that should be something that should then be put back onto the individual when it was formerly sort of the role of the state. So I'm going to remain agnostic about that, because I need to think about that one further.
Anybody else?
Ben, after you.
Sure. I am also unsure about how I'd feel about that. I think that the circumstances in which suicide should be legal are, I mean, like that's a very tricky issue. I mean, I think that there are cases that seem pretty clear to me. Like the end-stage patient with an incurable disease, who still has all their faculties about them, but wants to end the suffering, etc. Like those cases are pretty clear to me. How far I'd want to extend that, I just have to think about that a lot more. But so as to not be seen as evading the question, I will say at least that what I am sure about is that I would be much less bothered by simply allowing people the option of killing themselves, perhaps with assistance, than I would be by the state asserting ownership over them by killing them.
I would just like to note the disturbing way in which all of a sudden, because a prisoner is offered the opportunity to end their life voluntarily, that we therefore completely ignore the fact that they have been imprisoned involuntarily, and by the for all of the same reasons that have been brought up ad nauseum in this debate, we are equally unsure to a cosmic degree that they have in fact committed the crime for which they are in prison.
Gotcha. And want to let you know, folks, something totally weird that I've never seen happen before is happening in the live chat. Right now, Oliver Catwell is a moderator gone rogue who I can't like tag him. I don't know. I'm gonna try. It has to be a bug because I know the person behind it. But anyway, everybody's basically being hidden in the chat right now. Something's wrong. So folks, I promise we will unhide you. And honestly, I think it's a bug because I know the person behind that account. He's actually a kind person. So there's got to be something funky going on, and I will fix it. So bear with us, folks, if you've just been deleted from the chat. And we're going to jump into the next question while I work on that. Thanks for your question, Jamie Russell. Let's see. Kind of more of a quick statement in terms of asking, do you have like a short and pithy response from Ben and Dylan until they're saying, in the case of brutal killings, we'll give you a chance to maybe just say, in those cases of the most brutal killings, what's kind of a, I hate saying to ask you to keep it pithy, but their question is short, and so we'll give you a chance to respond to that.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Why is it not okay to do the death penalty? And I think if you want to address kind of the objection of like brutal killings.
Okay, I can give you an example, actually. There's an example of a case. And again, this would be if we're talking. I like an argument of practicality. I know Ben will make an argument from philosophy, so we can tag team it. One example would be in the 1930s. There was a disabled man that a crime was pinned on. That was a brutal axe murder and rape of a woman. The man was so horribly mentally disabled that on the way, when he was bringing away to be executed, he handed his toy train to the guard, the toy train he would usually play with the other prisoners who really liked the person, to the guard and said, "Hey, can you hold this to me? I'll be right back," before he was executed. A few years later, it was found out that he obviously was not guilty. And so I would say the same problem I would have with the murder, the killing, the state ending up killing innocent people and being pinned a lot of times, higher conviction rates on black people and disabled people being taken advantage of. It would all be concerns for practicality, and I'll let Ben take it from a philosophy point of view.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that even if you have a sort of retributive principle that says that whatever the worst punishment is the one that should be meted out on the people who've committed the most brutal, the most heinous killings. This is where I ended my opening statement. That just leaves open the question of what that punishment should be, which, by the way, also doubles for the social contract arguments, because if you think that people have implicitly accepted, whatever the legal punishment is, okay, great, but that only comes into operation what we've decided what the maximum legal punishment would be. And I think that if you think that people have innate human dignity and there are things that you cannot do to them, you can do things to prevent them from being from being a danger to society, but there are things that you can't do to them, just like you can't cut their noses off. I think that you can't kill them.
You got it. Thanks very much. And folks, thanks for your patience in the chat. I have demodded Oliver Catwell temporarily until we figure out what's going on. Ryan Wallace, thanks for your question. This one's for you, Dylan. How do you feel about the death penalty for cat girls? What's a cat girl?
You're muted, Dylan.
Okay, one moment. So I had not considered this possibility, and I think there might be one exception to my death penalty example, catboy supremacy. Okay, thank you. Continue.
Thank you very much. Lil Kim, thanks for your question. Said kind of a objection question, said the Supreme Court ruled that it is unconstitutional to execute the intellectually disabled because it's cruel and unusual. So doesn't that speak to the death penalty being the less humane option? I guess we'll give you a chance, President, as well as Jalma, if you want to respond.
Sure. Lessening an option. Well, I think what it speaks to in particular is that it's an option that's appropriate only for people with full agency as a response to a fully agential action. I mean, I agree with the ruling 100%. Jalma, did you want to go? I think this actually speaks to what you were saying initially.
No, I would agree with that. And I would say that, like, basically then one has to figure out the agency of somebody in that situation in terms of imprisoning them, period, in terms of anything that would occur in relation to them that wouldn't be strictly rehabilitative. So I think that's a broader question. I think it does relate to the nature of agency. So I would just back that up.
If I can comment secondly as well, I think this should be applied across the board for people of that description. I mean, prison as well is equally cruel in this respect. So I don't think we shouldn't be treating that as a binary distinction here. Oh, it's okay, I'll just go to prison. Anyways.
Gotcha. Thanks very much for your question. This one coming in from Will Stewart says, Dylan, let's say a dippy murders 5 baby hippies and eats their brains live on Twitch. Why should society now become financially responsible for him for the next 50 years? Would it not be a net benefit to execute them?
It ends up actually usually a lot of times costing more to execute an individual than it does to actually house them throughout their life. There are certain cases where if you get to the like for example, if somebody did it at 18, then possibly if they live to like 102, you might be able to get to the math where it might end up at the end of the day costing more. But for example, and this is the experience I have it from, it cost $37 million to execute one person in the state of Maryland last time we did it, and that's from like the 70s and 80s. So if you account for inflation there, that's a chunk of change. So it actually can be quite expensive to execute people as well. So I find the cost-saving argument not really effective.
Gotcha. And thanks, Zirafa, for your deep...
Yeah. Can I quickly just respond to that as well?
You bet.
Yeah. I agree with what Dylan said, which is accurate, but I also think at the same time, questions of justice aren't exhausted by cost, and that goes in both directions. If it was in fact cheaper to kill them, that wouldn't be an argument in favor of the death penalty either. Sorry, please keep going.
Well, also, I think it's also important that in the case, this is the argument against the deterrence claim that people often make in relation to being in favor of capital punishment, which is that, look, you can't be offloading onto a third party considerations that are meant to be strictly between the person meting out the punishment and the person who is receiving the punishment. And so this is yet another instance of talking about something that should not be relevant in the consideration of what to do in relation to someone who is up for punishment. So I think it's actually really an unethical way of approaching it, not on the part of the commentator, but in overall structural sense.
You got it. Thanks very much for your question. Zirafa Deep, they say, thanks for the debate, everybody. And question for all, you're about to be executed for a crime you didn't commit. Your last thoughts in words, what are
they? So long, and thanks for all the fish. I don't know.
All right, now I like Sunday.
I like
that pussy hit different.
Yeah, I don't know if that pussy hit different, but I think something along the lines of, well, this shit is fucked. Good thing I wrote my memoir. And that's the end of it.
Thank you very much.
Don't let this happen to anyone else.
What was it?
Don't let this happen to anyone else.
Thank you very much for your question. Lewis Barnett said, what system best brings justice to the victims?
I think reformative systems are probably the best because ultimately they produce the least amount of victims. When you have a system that's based upon our current system is like high rates of reincarceration. We do not invest the time and effort into prisoners as we want. The private prison industry is extremely barbaric and not getting prisoners not only assistance in like trying to actually re-enter them properly into society when they leave so they don't fall into the same functions, but even like giving them basic nutritional health. There's a lot of instances of private prison companies cutting when it comes to like food, and they'll end up actually serving legitimately just moldy food to prisoners. And so I think if we actually want somebody to re-enter society as a productive member, we need to start treating them like they have the respect of a member of society. And so I think reformative systems are the best ways to give victims justice, because as somebody who has, I guess this is personal, but as somebody who's been a victim of quite violent and horrific crimes, the best way for me to have justice is to know that it's happening to the least amount of people as physically possible, and nobody has to go through that stuff again.
I just want to back up that last claim that Dylan made in strong terms and say that I think that's entirely, courageous and morally appropriate as a statement. And I myself am a huge fan of rehabilitative style systems for a similar reason. I think that we have a moral duty and responsibility to pour our resources into rehabilitating people wherever and whenever we can, and that this is going to be the main thing that improves the structure and nature of society, as well as, of course, eliminating systemic injustice. So I'm a huge fan of rehabilitation, and I think that it actually creates the social conditions such that victims are able to live in a better world.
You got it.
I would just really quickly add to that. I mean, I agree with everything that both Dylan and Jalma said, but I would add that, Jalma brought this up earlier, whether it would be possible to have a system like that and still rarely apply, still have the death penalty on the books, but, and sometimes applied, but very rarely. And I think it might be possible, but I think realistically it's deeply unlikely. I think that the kind of changes in societal attitudes towards crime that would get us the kind of system that Dilma and Jalma are advocating are ones that it's very hard to imagine that happening without them being accompanied by the abolition of the death penalty.
I did want to also add that earlier, like I talked about, there are numbers to back this up. That when it comes to getting people justice and this feeling of like, we can start to heal, frying the guy or frying the woman, frying whoever they were, rarely helps, if at all. And a lot of times there's this moment of like, I wanted it to bring them back and it didn't bring them back. It can actually be a moment of kind of reflective sadness. So I think even if you wanted to get this idea, well, it'll emotionally help them heal, a lot of times it doesn't.
Thank you very much. We'll jump to this next question from Farron.
Oh, hang on, I haven't answered yet.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so, well, I'm going to echo that I am also very much in favor of a restorative system with Gentleman, Dylan, and Ben. It's also important to note that justice is not exhausted by harm reduction or by psychological healing. There are other things in play. Yeah, that's all I'll say on that. I'm exhausted. Go on.
You got it, and thanks for your question. Farron Sala says, thanks, James, Ben, Dylan, President Sunday, and Jalma for your time and preparation this evening. Crushed it. I couldn't agree more. This, honestly, people really enjoyed this in the chat, and so thanks so much to our speakers. And another one from Will Stewart says, Ben and Dylan, if it is immoral or unjust for the state to execute, is it also therefore moral and unjust for one to protect their life through lethal force in self-defense?
No.
I mean, I think, again, the disanalogy, this is how I started my opening statement, is between, killing in self-defense when your only options are to kill or be killed, and killing a well-secured prisoner who you could keep everybody safe from without killing them.
I'm a known supporter of the Second Amendment. My household is a firearm household. No, I don't think so. I think the difference would be in those scenarios that we're talking about. I can't exactly properly confine the person into a no. If they're trying to kill me, then I don't have many options. Whereas when somebody's confined and no longer a threat, we have the option of confinement.
Gotcha, and thank you very much for your question. This one coming in from, by the way, let's see, Lord Bryant says hello, President Sunday, and then Big Thang Bruce Wayne, thank you for your question, says, should the death penalty include economic criminals? White-collar criminals do more damage to society than violent individuals.
For me, it's still the same. No, I don't death penalty, but I think this would be something for Sunday and the other.
What do you think, Sunday and Jalma?
Well, it's directed to you, Sunday, so go first.
That's actually a difficult question. I don't, but I intuitively know. I'm just trying to think through.
Sorry, could you read it?
Again, that one's tricky. I think it would almost be, like, I would have to confess that that's a major overstep if the state were to make that kind of decision. Sorry, John, what were you saying?
I just wanted to hear the question again really quickly.
You bet. They said, should the death penalty include economic criminals? White-collar criminals do more damage to society than violent individuals, oftentimes.
Well, I think crucially, we weren't making a retributive argument, so that's not really a factor here. We weren't making a deterrent one either. The point was, in the event where you have a person whose continued existence for whom prolonging their continued existence was also to prolong a pernicious activity that was causing harm and dishonor to their victim and their victims' families, that would that would be an appropriate situation.
But you could.
The bare fact that someone's caused damage.
So, just also answer that really quickly, because I'm kind of in the same general side. Sorry, is that okay, Ben? I'm just going to jump in quickly.
Oh, yeah, I'll wait. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So basically what I would say is that I don't think talking about distal overall large-scale, mass-scale harms wherein we're talking about the actual downstream or tertiary or secondary effect of a specific action should have a punishment that is directed typically towards a specific firsthand thing. So like if it's like, so what I'm saying is like in that basis, like we're really stretching the limits of things, and we're not, and we want to be able to keep this as morally on moral and legal grounds as specific to the person and the actions and the party that the person committed the actions knowingly and, you know, with malice and forethought presumably, or whatever else we want to say. We want to keep it as narrow as possible, because there's a point at which then we start, and again, like I don't know why that, in the rare instance in which capital punishment would be the way of dealing with the situation, why in that instance in particular you would be going after a white collar criminal whose actions had led to many deaths, because that's also letting die versus murdering. If that white collar criminal had gone in and directly murdered a bunch of people in a specific way and managed to get extraordinary reach in that process, or people had been used by him as his arm or something, then maybe there's another reanalysis that could occur. But again, like the distinction between murdering and letting die is one, the one about the direct consequences and effects of individual actions on a person and the moral status associated with that is another. I just think it'd be a very strange way to a strange place to start with capital punishment, in the very, very extremely rare once in 100 years instance where that would actually happen. So I think that'd be strange.
And if I can just jump back in really quickly, just for clarification, the argument wasn't that a person did something really, really bad and therefore should be killed for it. The argument was, if this is the only thing that is left to us in order to terminate an ongoing pernicious activity, that would be a case. So, I mean, it just doesn't seem like an analogous case.
But that's the part I don't understand, because it seems like, given the sort of scenario that you have in mind, it would be no problem at all to concoct a version of that for white collar crimes. I mean, like, and we can look. I mean, we can think of like many real instances. You know, we can think about the Enron executives laughing over the phone about the rolling blackouts they were engineering in California. We can think of the managers at Tyson Chicken who in like office jobs who actually had a betting pool about how many of their workers would contract COVID. And so it shouldn't be any stretch of the imagination to imagine somebody who's been imprisoned for an economic crime that led to massive amounts of suffering, constantly tormenting those around them by bragging about all the suffering they'd caused, by mocking their victims, by talking about how hilarious they found it that somebody whose pension they took away wasn't able to pay for their kids' insulin. I don't really see the disanalogy.
Well, okay, that's an important point. I think the disanalogy rests in the nature of the thing about which they are bragging. I think there is something qualitatively distinct about rape and murder in particular that is not carried over to the kinds of admittedly heinous things you're referring to. I'm actually a little bit ambiguous on this now. I mean, like, truth be told, I think at this stage you have to think about it more. I think I'm largely just uncomfortable with the idea of killing people for those specific kinds of crimes, because it seems to require a different kind of activity on the part of the perpetrator than rape and murder do.
Exactly, and that's one of the things I would say too. There could be a distinction again also between like being really vicious and hideous and evil and letting people die and being in a position of power to and being able to enact things, and capital punishment being one in a rare instance of set of conditions whereby somebody had committed individually specific acts that were in the realm of murdering specific people in a specific context instead of letting them die, and then all the demandingness conditions, everything else we talked about actually obtained in that case. That seems like a unique and specific sort of thing. That being said, I'm not 100% on this either, and I also want to make it clear that the distinction isn't between retribution on the one hand and one where we couldn't really figure out how to engage in retribution. Like we're not supporting retribution at all necessarily, and saying that there might be something unique about murder that ought to be considered in a bunch of different lights. It doesn't have to be a retribution light that we consider it in. And we also need to have another think about what constitutes murder, what constitutes downstream effects, what constitutes deliberateness in actions. This is a bunch of philosophical problems, like trolley problem level, right?
And if I can just jump in quickly, as if to illustrate, I have absolutely no problem.
Short response. Yeah. Then
I have no problem saying whatsoever that such a person equally deserves to die. So it's not a matter of retribution.
Next up, thanks very much, Brenton Langle is in the house. Good to see you, Brenton. Oh, that's right. So I got to remind you guys, we are very excited. As you guys, you don't want to miss it. It's going to be epic. On the bottom right of your screen, there he is. Brenton will be taking on Destiny, and that will be a lot of fun. And so we hope you make it Friday. Brenton says, everyone be sure to check out Ben's Give Them an Argument, and namely podcast and YouTube channel both, right, Ben?
Mm-hmm.
And then also Dylan's Hippy Dippy Roundtable. And I got to tell you guys, I mean, I want to encourage you to go to all the links of all the speakers that we have on tonight, especially this has been a joy. You guys have all been really civil, and it's been fun and enthusiastic. And I also want to mention Dylan Burns. I love, is it fair to say it's a debate channel, and I have to say I love your showmanship. It's very fun. So yes, our guests are linked in the description. Oh, absolutely. And so I want to encourage you folks to check out our guests that are linked in the description. Oh, it's just one click away. And Spider the Ateo, thanks for your question. Oh, wait, one Invisible Ninja first said, here is a little something to help grow the channel. Gave extra. So glad Ben is back. Thanks so much for your support. And yes, we do appreciate Ben and all the other speakers. Thank you very much. And Spider the Ateo, thanks for your question, said, was it okay to execute Gordon Prescott in 1926?
I don't know who that is, but if he was a well-secured prisoner, no, it was not okay to execute him.
Yep.
Thanks to Ben and Dylan for jumping off the dome board. First of all, I also don't know who that is or what was going on, so I can't really speak to that.
Identical, yeah. I'm not sure of the context.
Yeah, that's same here. I'm in the same boat. And let me see if there was anyone. Let's see. That is it for our questions. We do want to give a huge thank you to our guests. We really do appreciate them. It's been a total blast, and thanks everybody out there for your support. Super encouraged to just hang out with everybody tonight. Both, I should say, all of our speakers as well as everybody in the chat. Thanks for hanging out with us. And so I will be back in just a moment with a post-credit scene about upcoming debates. So stick around, folks. And one last thank you, though, to Ben, Dylan, President Sunday, and Jalma. It's been a true pleasure to have you.
Props to
Wonderful.
Props to Sunday for the Douglas Adams reference.
You all have a blessed one.
Thank you so much, James. It was really lovely being on.
Yeah, thank you, James and Ben and Burgess. It was actually a pleasure. Got a bit heated, but I respect what you guys do, and it was fun.
Yeah, I had a great time too. Yeah. Take care.
Thank you. And we'll be back in just a moment, folks. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
That was a fun one. I honestly am so pumped. That honestly, that was the first time we got to do that topic, and it was really interesting, and I just loved it. It was a fun and enthusiastic. I love it. It's like that. There's a balance between there's civil and there's passionate, and like Aristotle's doctrine of the mean. It's kind of like you're not too. There's such a thing as going overboard and going off the rails. And there's also such a thing as, frankly, just seeming like you don't care. That's so when I think tonight was that perfect balance, and so people were passionate and yet civil, and so I just want to give a huge shout out and thank you to our guests who are linked in the description. What are you waiting for? You know, if you want to hear more, you can hear more from all of them. And also, though, yeah, we want to say I have so many like huge thanks to give to you. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. I am really excited about where the channel is going thanks to you. One, I want to give a huge thank you to Topat. Two, thank you so much, Topat, who also aka Topat Cell in the Twitch stream, because right now we're streaming on Twitch as well. Want to let you know, Topat helped us big time, as you guys, we basically we had none of the emotes, none of the like cool stuff that Topat's helped us with. There you are, Topat 2, good to see you. And so Topat 2 helped us, so we have emotes, now we have these cool looking panels, and I'm just like, thank you so much, Topat 2, for real. And so our Twitch looks souped up, which is really cool, and we hope you enjoy. And want to let you know, our Twitch, I am linking in the description, or I'm sorry, I'm linking it in the live chat. It's in the description too, but I am putting that in the live chat in case you want to see that. And or in case you'd like to click on it and see our Twitch and also see like the beautiful artwork thanks to Topat 2 that you can see there at our Twitch now, as it looks great. And so I'm excited about that. I am also excited that we are one Twitch subscription, I think we're one Twitch subscription to unlocking another emote, and so that's cool. And so I want to let you know, folks, if you have Amazon Prime, you actually get a free Twitch subscription from Amazon Prime that you can use on any streamer that you want on Twitch. And so I want to let you guys know about that, and I even want to let you, I'm going to put the link for how to use your Amazon Prime membership for a free Twitch subscription that you can use for anybody. I'm putting that in the chat right now in both Twitch and on YouTube, and you probably already knew it if you're on Twitch. You probably knew about that little secret. But nonetheless, in case you did not know about that, you guys, it's pretty cool, is that it's basically, it helps us at the channel. And one of the things, for example, is if we had 100 people who did this Amazon Prime free Twitch subscription for Modern Day Debate, that's $250 a month, which is like, when we start doing in-person debates, we could use that for at least a one-way flight, maybe a round-trip flight. So like, we want to do a lot of in-person debates this summer again, and so that's one way you can support the channel if you have Amazon Prime, and won't even be an extra dime. Sigma Any, thanks so much for your super chat. Said, thanks James, mods, and guests, and Groovy Chat humans. Still fuming from the outrageous timeout, JK. I know, I gotta let you know, I have no idea what that was, because the person behind the Oliver Catwell account is one of the most kind, reasonable people I know. And so I was like, at first I was like, oh, he's kind of, you know, like, he's kind of going, he's hard on people. And then after he like deleted like everybody, I was like, that can't be him. I don't believe it. And so Lewis Barnett, thanks for hanging out with us, said, I really enjoyed this one. I'm so glad to hear that, Lewis. Me too. I loved it. Vegan Jerry, good to see you again. Brooke Chavis, glad to see you as always, and thanks for connecting me with Topat for that Twitch artwork, which looks great. And also Denkono, good to see you again. I am excited, you guys, as basically I noticed during the stream, if you are not subscribed, I want to remind you to hit that subscribe button and that notification bell. That way you can see this debate live this Friday night. Destiny's morality will be on trial in particular, so that should be a really fun time. And so I encourage you folks, it's going to be really fun. And so I want to encourage you. And also, I'm excited though, you guys, we are two subscribers away. Last time we were at, I think we made it to the next landmark. We're at, right now, I'm not joking, we're at 43,999 subscribers. So if you want to be the 44,000th subscriber, it's like at the odometer. Isn't it the odometer in the car when it's like it's turning over and it's at like 99999 and you're like, oh, you're watching it? I'm like, so do want to encourage you. Yeah, you don't want to miss this debate this Friday. And I'm excited though, I'm encouraged that we're on the cusp of 44,000 subscribers, which is insane, because I'm like, wow, when I started this, it was just like It was like, hey, this is like fun because school can sometimes be exhausting, and this is just a way to have fun. And then just strangely, it was like it was a fun hobby. Just kind of got a kick out of it, and I'm so glad though that other people have enjoyed it, and that you guys make it so much fun. The more, the merrier. Dado Panda. Sorry I'm late in answering your question in the chat. They said, has this channel done a debate on gun control? We have, and it's going to be on the podcast where it was an old one, but it was a good debate. It was between Dr. Tim Sy and Tom Jump. That was a good debate. That's going to be on the podcast this Thursday. So, folks, if you happen to have a favorite podcast app, oh baby, pull out your phone, open up that favorite podcast app, and find Modern Day Debate, because we not only do we have probably every other day we put a new debate up, because that's probably how many debates we have per week, is maybe like 3 or 4 each week. We also on Thursday do our Throwback Thursday debate, where we actually upload a debate that you could say it was a debate that occurred before we even started our podcast. And I want to let you know, basically it's really cool though, because some of those are like, we've got, people in the past that have been awesome debaters, and it was like, hey, this is a great way, Throwback Thursday, we could like have a way in which we could like conveniently put that up. And so hopefully that's useful to you. And I'm pumped though, you guys. So Caleb says James's last meal of choice would be a soy protein bar washed down by a soy protein shake. That is so true. So much soy. Louis, but let's see. Catching up with the chat. Fox Sushi, good to see you, friend. King101 says message retracted. But so glad. I think everybody's back now. For some reason, whatever happened, I don't know what it was, but Oliver Catwell played the ultimate prank on us. That was weird. I'm like, what happened? But let's see. Nikolai says James would thank the warden for the polite and well-facilitated execution. Yes. But yes, our podcast is on all these favorite apps. So, Stitcher, Apple Podcasts. What's the green one? Spotify. Thanks. And Podcast Addict. I mean, you name it, Google Podcasts. And so I'm so excited, though, that, like I said, people have been downloading it, which is encouraging. Because I was like, when I first started it, I was like, I don't know if anybody, is this useful to anybody? And so I'm so encouraged by that. And so, but I am pumped, you guys. And let me tell you, I just love hanging out with you guys. The more the merrier. You guys make this fun. And so I appreciate you being here. And let's see. Catching up with the chat. This is, but I do appreciate you guys. Big thing, Bruce Wayne said, idea, it's more moral to be, let's see, they claim, he says, hey, they say, I'm claiming that it's more moral to be agnostic than fundamentalist. And they say, tag team debate, I want it with two theists from different religions. Oh, that might work. I don't know. I'm like not against it, but I mean, I'm a little behind on setting up debates. There's like, honestly, I really feel bad because when we get emails and then sometimes emails sit for weeks and I just don't have the time to I try to respond to everybody, but it's really hard. Big Thing Bruce Wayne said, debate idea, we are currently in hell. That's an interesting one. In some ways that seems real. And Big Thing Bruce Wayne says, follow-up debate, we are in heaven or the best of all worlds right now. Maybe. But Tuss Beatbox, good to see you. Thanks for all of your support. And you guys, I just appreciate your guys' support. You have no idea how much it means, the positivity and the encouragement. I'm like, thanks so much. It's fun. We have a unique style here, and it's like, I'm so excited though that people have enjoyed it to where it's like, that's super encouraging. And so we do appreciate that. And then let's see. Sideshow Nav said, you were forcing me into the tech world, hurting my old brain. Good to see you, Sideshow Nav. And Denkono said, debate on ecology topics such as invasive species would be interesting, or specific pollution. Maybe. It's new for me. It's like, Bali Nax says, what would your last meal be? Man, I don't know. Maybe lobster. I love lobster. Lobster, shrimp, steak, and ice cream.
I feel like that was a really strong statement right there, and I would write that if I were you. And I'm not saying that in like if I were you, I would use that, like thread it with, but like I feel like that is a really charitable interpretation, and that if that's where you're coming from, I could probably meet you halfway on that. We're here all night. We obviously don't have much better to do, so shine through, my brother. I feel like you're more attacking the fact that I'm expecting people to dislike it rather than buttressing your own argument for like your constructive argument of what's actually happening now. And or not, so I disagree with you. But I mean, we can get there eventually, or we can just not like fully down and continue this discussion. I don't know how to go with that. Holy Man is one of the most well-meaning people I've ever met. And I say this cautiously. Most of the people that I've been arguing with would not be at this level of like drive for me to understand. And yeah. Yeah, I only started Inscryption last night, so if you have any bad seeding to do, if you see anything that I'm doing that I can get done, by all means, you can hold 2 thoughts in mind at the same time for sure. Oh, yeah. Fire it up, man. I am by no means building any sort of strategy. Like, okay, you're going to be the scope over here. Total discipline. Technically, that would be both of us. Silently in my heart of hearts, like biding my time, waiting for the day that he comes out and says, in a completely Kevin Spacey, no Frank Underwood outfit whatsoever voice, he says, look, I thought this was okay, I did that wrong, and those kids that accused me of some shit, they were completely full of shit, and this is why I say that. I'm hoping for a full exoneration, or at least a semi-exoneration to the point where he can go back to making films like fucking Life of David Gale and The Usual Suspects and Seven. Like, bring that space back. Crush him for bonus deeds. I'm pretty sure he got me on that one. He's about to attack me for 4, where I'm about to get 1 extra bonus damage. I feel like it also depends what the paragraph gives you. There are plenty of those here, but I have no idea what that is. What's this thing? Finish. I think I won the Roberts Championship at 423 was accurate. I don't know what this is about. Yeah, the little mushroom means I have one. At least one of the other ones in my deck already. Don't recall seeing a mushroom station on my round. There is a mushroom here. So, how did you go about finding these 96 games that were finishable in price or no? This is the third body of I'll kill myself. That was the funniest part of that joke. That's hilarious. People get serious about that shit. I gotta get a 3-star rating. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't want this forward. I just want to figure it out. Yeah, dude, I literally have 3 opportunities to just get back every single time. 3 blind things to kind of be on my 6 bones. I get to double up this tentacles. This is what indeed or in fact. Oh, absolutely not. No, I was talking about. I thought I explained that. Properly. One day is not good enough to fight against. way where in your own way. When you read my body now, bro. Stuff I don't do. Fucking badass you want to question is, if I raise the damage in the field life, do I keep duplicates? I'm copying it and maintaining them. including going to it. Or because I'm flying over when they go to the airport. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. Cheers, brother. frozen it. The Facebook count is one of the items in the past. Alright, so I got a Facebook probably. Or no, I'll say the Facebook. Up with your total display driver. That's cool. Lane told me about this Park City game. I'm not like super jealous of the life experience that I'm playing in this game. I do want to try to get at least one of this one. Yeah, that's not a spoiler. It's completely cool. So, yeah, tell me that to find, right? That's in the end. You know, I mean, I don't know. It was like Hickey Hick. What is it? I mean, it's a huge film. I don't know how fucking well things can be. You know? That's what I was saying. I definitely. I was trying to get the unkillable squirrel faster too. So I picked the squirrel head and I picked the unkillable. That's what I wanted to do. I was thinking about the anti fat squirrel because every time I'm gonna pull the squirrel, play it, and then the game to play it. Yeah. I don't know what we're here. Literally, it was just a misplan. I was around. keep me alive, he says, with alacrity. Yes, God. Those were good. I'm sure he will. I hope he doesn't forget. Vote on this. You need to get a move, bro. I'm killing the squirrels for the gun. doesn't even change it. So whether it does, these two guys already attacked with the top of these weapons. I was considering it. So it's unkillable and it gets stronger every time it's killed. I have no idea what the fuck this chopper thing is a picture of. It's like a big dragon. Goat. Mantis Lab is pretty fucking good. Just pretty much stealing that ability to put it on. Yeah, all good product. This is the only one, the overall is the only one I haven't gotten like This is the one where we always start to play fucking belts and heroes and elephants and I know what the boy shop is, I know what the kitty is, I know what the top rats are, and I don't really Pagoda? See it as a place of loose books right back at you. Unkillable, even if you put him on the if I do this quote, I think it was the stuff that I did the first time too, that's really like this boxy ass face. Get that kind of romance everywhere. A roborized, I think it would be a roborized factor. I want to see what can be the ring where I'm still looking for a file out there and see what the fuck is the deal. Why are you asking if I'm sure that when I can't back out? I'm so tempted to just fucking put the lowest on the board. Get something from my phone, but I got the right out of this. Wait, what did you do? You know, that's not my life. Fuck yeah. just that over there. All right. Way more easy going. I think everybody here realizes you just need to think, shadow what you said, I'm gonna take this, exactly right. And let me get this YouTube video with that thing.
Probably, that's pretty good. But it's like for some reason I'm like really sensitive tonight. Like to even think of like knowing it would be your last meal would be heartbreaking. But Carlitha Rochelle says, "Can you update more on podcast?" Yes, we're behind. So like it's like when a debate is live on YouTube, it's usually like 2 weeks later that it comes out on podcast. It might eventually catch up. It's just that we've got a lot, like we have so many debates that it's like, but yeah, so I'm pumped though, and I hope that's useful to you. And then Tuss, thanks for your hearts. And Clinton Rosh says, some of us really need you creepy clown music. I appreciate that, to say the least. Tuss Beatbox says, the Spotify library modern day debate is so smooth to have. I love it. Thanks. I'm so glad that's encouraging. Yeah, here they are. These apps, you guys, if you're just cleaning around the house and you just want to, have something on in the background, not bad. If you are on a long trip, like a road trip, or maybe it's just a commute, 20 minutes a day, whatever that might be, and you're like, yeah, like, not bad. Pretty useful because it's long form content, so you don't have to like reach down and like click, to the next one. You can just play it and it'll last for at least 2 hours. And so, or maybe some of them are like hour and a half, but that's pretty rare. Let's see. Manic Panda, is good to see you again. But yeah, a huge thing is thanks for your kind words. Christiana McFarland said, I think you're a great moderator. Thanks so much. We really do. I do this, and I also, the other moderators generally probably have a similar style. We don't want to control the debate too much. And you're like, whoa, why? Well, the reason is there's such a thing as being over-controlled or overly formal, or you could say overly produced, where it's not spontaneous. If it's too controlled, gosh, it can be boring sometimes. And don't get me wrong, I like debates where it's like nobody cuts anybody off, because sometimes we have debaters who are just like very easygoing, and they don't cut each other off. And those are good, don't get me wrong, but I like it to be organic like that. And so sometimes it's a little fiery, and I know that I only occasionally like, all right, hold on, let's not let it go too far. I call it controlled chaos. And I think that it's good, and I have no apologies for it, and I just appreciate your guys' encouragement. And yeah, so I do appreciate and the other thing too is it's not just that it's arguably more fun to listen to, but I would say the other thing is it's more fun for the debaters. The debaters don't go on a channel wanting to have it be like,
That's something that you think should be universal.
And work on rehabilitating these people so that they don't reoffend. And
Mate, it's because I can't use a calendar and check the dates properly. So I really want to thank the two people who are here today. We have everybody's favourite barman who is sat to this side of me, I hope. It is the Sarcastic Barman. How are you doing, sir?
Good evening, sir. I'm not bad, thank you. Enjoying some wine. Nice Sunday afternoon. Looking forward to this. It should be an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it myself, actually. Because I'm not so sure which way I fall on this, so it should be interesting. Now, we do have a debater for Sarcastic Barman. He's not on camera, and because I haven't got an icon for him, because I'm not creaky, he's really good, he can knock stuff up dead quick, I've just cut off the blank square from the screen. So he's here, you cannot see him, but his name is DK. Welcome to the channel, DK.
Yeah, hi there, Kat. Thank you for inviting me. I feel like I'm meeting a celebrity. You always have a celebrity you want to meet, and now I'm here on your channel. So thanks for inviting me and letting me discuss ideas.
Well,
it's gonna be interesting, like Dan said. It's gonna be interesting.
Should be. I'm looking forward to it, and I've been called a lot of things in the past, but not a celebrity. So usually I'm called a lot of mean things. But excellent. Right, I'm gonna check the old YouTube studio and make sure people can hear us. Which it looks like they can. Oh, Gleam. Let's see who's in the chat before we start again. Let's say hello to a few people. So we've got the Snark in the chat who wrote the outro song for me and loads more. Go and check out the Snark's channel if you haven't seen it. Christopher Shapley, who's always here. Thank you so much again for being here. Grumpy Old Dude, who we had on in one of my one of the favourite shows that I've done. An interview with a white supremacist. It was former white supremacist. It's called. Check that out. It was really fascinating story that was. We have who another familiar face. We've got Gleam in the chat. Hello, Gleam. How are we doing, buddy? Facty, Ivy Gentry, Gary Ione. Oh, I'm just reading out names now. But anyway, today's debate is on a hot topic, one that obviously we're not going to solve today, but I'm interested in hearing both opinions. It's about the death penalty. Is it necessary? Is it not? Yes, mate.
Sorry, Cards. Sorry, I wanted to just get this in real quick at the beginning so that we can get on with the debate. Any super chats raised, I'll match it and donate it to a mental health charity of your choice. So if you can just name one, and then I can screenshot the donation, and then you can. So yeah, just need to put that out there.
Well, there we go. Well, that's incredibly generous. So if you didn't get that, DK's just said he's going to match any super chats that are placed on the channel today, and if you put in a mental health charity into the super chat, he will donate that. That's incredible. Are there any shout outs you want to give to any charities you know? Since you said that, is there a favourite charity of your choice?
No, I don't really have a favourite one. Just.
Oh, he's gone.
Help you with mental issues and things like that. So again, it's just whatever the chat feels, should be highlighted and given some cash and some donations. Then we'll donate to that.
Oh, you're an absolute legend. What a sterling chap you are. Thank you very much. So off air, we had a virtual arm wrestle, and Sarcastic Barman lost. So he is going to go first with his opening statement. And I'm not going to put a timer on this. It's not going to be a heated debate. It's an exchange of views. Please, in the chat, I'm on the agree to disagree account. If you've got questions, I'm definitely going to take them. But maybe if you wait until maybe 20, 30 minutes from now and then start putting them in the chat, and then I'll read them. Otherwise, I'll miss them. I'm not going to do the community poll tonight because I'm driving the OBS at this side, and without Creaky, I can't do more than one thing at once. You know how useless I am. So leave your questions till later, but we are definitely going to get to them and post them in the chat. So, death penalty. I will leave Sarcastic Barman, whose channel is linked in the description, and DK, his Twitter handle is linked in the description if you like what you hear from either of those. But I'm going to pass over now to Sarcastic Barman. You can just take it away, mate.
Thank you, I shall. So I want to tell you all a story about 6 men who between them have 165 confirmed murders, but possibly many more. And I believe people of this level have forfeited their right to continue to live. But more than that, I also believe that keeping them locked up for the rest of their lives is also unfair. Someone like Robert Maudsley from the UK, who though only committed one murder, while a 9-hour-long torture that resulted in the victim's death, he went on to kill a further 3 people while in prison. So since 1983 now, he spends 23 hours a day in a purpose-built cell with a cardboard table and chair, a concrete bed. So it's 23 hours a day in a 5.5 by 4.5 meter room. And when he is taken outside for his 1 hour a day exercise, he was escorted by 6 officers. Or we could look at someone more prolific, like Samuel Little from the USA, who has 60 confirmed victims but has confessed to 93. He was sentenced to 4 life sentences without the possibility of parole in 2014, but died in 2020. So that's 6 years worth of prison. Is that worth 60-odd lives? Or even more, how about Mikhail Popkov from the Soviet Union? 56, Soviet Union, God, I'm showing my age. From Russia. He was a police officer and convicted of 78 murders, but confessed to 83. But not only did he murder his victims, it's how he went about it that is most disturbing. He would dress in his police uniform, luring victims with the promise of a free ride, and then sexually assaulted them. He killed women with instruments including knives, axes, baseball bats, and screwdrivers, and mutilated their bodies so grotesquely that the Russian media called him the werewolf. He was finally arrested and sentenced to death in 2015 after the DNA of over 3,500 police officers was tested in a bid to help track him down. He will spend the rest of his life in prison. Now the question is, does someone like Robert Maudsley or the others deserve to spend the rest of their lives in a little box? Robert Maudsley is asked to be allowed to commit suicide. I mean, after 37 years in a box, it can't be good for your mental health. But isn't prison designed to rehabilitate people? But as he can't ever leave prison, he can't ever be rehabilitated. So is this a form of torture? Is it torture to know you'll be spending the rest of your life surrounded by the same 4 walls with no real human companionship? We wouldn't do this to an animal, but we justify it with a person, all because they've done something wrong. But we'd put a dog down who's attacked a person, but won't lock it up because we say it's cruel. And yet we're subjecting humans to a level of life we don't think seem acceptable for a dog. Now, I'm not saying all crimes or even a single murder require a death sentence, but that a whole life sentence would be better served and more humane with a death sentence, because that's what it is in reality. You won't be paroled, you're not getting released, so why torture someone with that, and why burden an overcrowded prison system with someone who will be there forever? To set an example, well, a report by the UKRI shows that in the UK, 75% of ex-inmates offend within 9 years of release, and 39% within the first 12 months. But Barman, I hear you ask, they won't be murderers, they will be petty thieves. Oh, I think I've lost an entire paragraph somewhere. I'm very sorry. Yeah, I have. Let's get that bit. Very sorry. So prisons aren't setting an example. Murderers are coming out, reoffending, murdering again. For example, George Johnson, who murdered Gerald Homer in 1986 for just £3, inflicting 35 stab wounds using knives and scissors in Wolverhampton. But then he was released in 2006, and 5 years later killed an 89-year-old widow for £25 as she made him a cup of tea. His attack was believed with such force that he caved in her skull. He's 56 and was given a full life sentence, so he will never leave prison this time. But he already has and murdered again, showing that maybe more needs to be taken into account. He's a proven reoffender, a danger to society. He's learnt nothing from prison the first time, but would the idea that he could die change his mind, knowing that if he killed again, he would forfeit not only his freedom, but his life? Human life is important, and society teaches how bad our action is by punishment it receives. If you're still on the fence, I've got one more story for you. Dr. Petit, who lived with his wife and 2 daughters. On the 23rd of July 2007, 2 men broke into his house, beat Dr. Petit nearly to death with baseball bats, raped his wife, sexually assaulted one of the 11-year-old daughters, then proceeded to strangle his wife, tie his 2 daughters to a bed, douse them in petrol, and while they were still alive, set fire to the house. Multiple murders and sexual assault. Dr. Petit survived, and both men are serving life sentences, which, as it is in America, is only 15 years each. A sentence surely fitting of their crimes. What message is this setting for society? Thank you, and apologies for my lost blinking paragraph in the middle.
That was superb. You know what? You delivered that like I was listening to a Radio 2 Sunday afternoon documentary style mystery. It was brilliant, mate. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. Just before we go over to DK, I do want to thank the Snark and Dib for the super chat. Sir, the Snark says donate this where you wish. Doesn't have a favourite. And Dib says matching the super chats for an excellent cause. So here we go. Thank you both. DK, you have someone you said you wanted to say hello to, don't you?
Yeah, my other half. I won't mention the name. I'm sure she's watching. So just saying, hey, is all. That's it. I mean, she woke up early just for this. It's what is it, like 11 o'clock in Texas? So
11. I remember the days when 11 o'clock was early. I remember when thinking getting up at 11 was early. But oh bless. All right, well, hello.
Yeah, me too. I work now, so yeah.
Well, hello, DK's girlfriend. DK, it's your show, mate. Take
20%. I'm sure. Sorry, I just want to check my AirPod battery level because it says it's at 20%. But one of them at 41%, so
that's okay. If you need to plug it in,
how long they last. Yeah, absolutely. So I just do my opening statement here, right? I don't have to retort to.
Yeah, no, just deliver your opening. Yeah, tell me if you want the slides, the PowerPoints, bring it up. Just tell me, and I'll bring them up.
Yeah, I will do. Thank you. So thank you, Katz and Mr. Sarcastic Barman or Dan, for having me on. So I would just like to start by trying to affirm what actually counts as a death penalty, i.e. who gets to decide what actions by an individual counts as... Sorry, I read this on paper and I can't read my writing. What action counts as an action that is punishable by the death penalty? So if we turn to... sorry, forgot your name. So if you could turn to slide 4, so you would see a picture of Emmett Till and his accuser. Now, of course, he whistled at a white woman, and then he got sentenced for it. He went to court with an all-white jury. Lots of problems there. Got sentenced to death, and then on her deathbed, she said, "He didn't actually do anything to me. I just said what I said just because of the time that it was in." So does that count as a death penalty? I mean, understandably, his death kickstarted the civil rights movement in the US, and that's a good cause, but nobody should die for other people to get equal rights. We should just have equal rights without death, which is very pacifistic of me, I understand, but it's inconsistent, as we will see later on in the show. So in my debate or point of view, I will be comparing, contrasting with the US and the UK, just because that's our biggest ally, or one of, and it allows us to compare and contrast how we handle criminals. Although with this government, maybe it's the same. I will also be looking at how the death penalty is racist in the US, in that it is disproportionately, specifically giving the death penalty to people who kill white men or women or people, rather than giving it to whoever they kill. So we will be looking at that. If you turn to slide 5, I'll actually introduce it. I'm not sure if you can show that.
Yeah, I've got that, yeah.
Okay, so as you see there, executions by race of victims. If you're a white person who's a victim of a crime, whatever it is, like if it's a sexual assault, if it's a murder, you're more likely to be sentenced, as in the perpetrator is more likely to be sentenced if they kill a white person than if they kill any other ethnic minority. And on the left hand side, we've got the same pie chart, whereby it does show that the executions of the race of defendant, now that big dark blue color is black for black people. So that shows that whilst we know there are more white people in the US than there are other minority groups in the US, you are more likely to be are more likely to get away with the death penalty, as in not receive the death penalty if you're a white person than if you are a black person. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. So that in and of itself shows us that that is a race problem right there, and I have no problem in asserting that if we ever brought back the death penalty in the UK, the same thing will be happening, just as Stock Punch Search has shown us in the UK, down in London. Now, lastly, if you turn to slide 2 there for me, Mr. Katz.
Done.
Thank you very much. So if you give someone the death penalty and then, just like in the Green Mile, they put a hood over your head and they kill you, you can't bring that person back. If they later down the line you've got new technology and say, actually, you didn't do anything, you cannot bring that person back. So an entire family has lost a wife, husband, they've lost someone, whoever they are, daughter, auntie, uncle. You've lost them because you can't bring back the dead. Now, it's not a deterrent as well. I've seen a lot of people in the UK now say we should have it as a deterrent, namely someone in government who shall not be named. It doesn't deter anyone, because if it did, then the US wouldn't have murders. It's just like the alcohol and weed. If alcohol deterrent and prohibition worked, I don't know if Mr. Barman would be a barman. I don't know. It doesn't. I mean, free the weed. That's my personal opinion. You should free the weed because you can't deter it. People will smoke weed regardless. They will get it all the time. Now, death penalty doesn't always work. It's not always as succinct as people would like you to believe. Angel Diaz's execution took like over a half an hour, and it was an excruciating pain, and his family had to watch him, basically die, and it's not really good. I'm not taking too much time now. Just about to finish, but I'm of the position that I don't really want to pay to see people die, and I am paying because I'm paying for prisons through tax, because tit for tat does not equal justice. Thank you for listening, and hope everything's okay.
Fine.
Brilliant. Let me just see if I can get that off screen. I would like to point out to anybody watching there that what happened was, even without Creaky here, I was able then to put a PowerPoint on the screen and change the slides when asked without getting it wrong. So I don't know what you think about that, Dan, but I reckon I'm getting there. What do you think?
You're getting better. You're definitely getting better.
Getting better.
But considering I don't use OBS, I can't say nothing. I have people for that.
And,
Yay to the colon.
I think it's because I'm here as a new beginner and I brought some good luck. So
yeah, I think so. I think you've also created a hashtag, the free the weed. I think that could become a hashtag. I like that. Hashtag free the weed. Not that I have ever smoked weed. It's not something I do, but I like that. Yeah, free the weed. So we're at 20 past 5. We're probably going to wrap up around about 20 past 6 tonight. And we've got two really eloquent, polite, civil debaters. So my job should be easy here. What I'm going to do is just monitor the chat and see if I can remember what questions are sent my way. And I'm just going to hand it over to them to have a chat between themselves. So who wants to start?
Well, I've got a nice question for DK. So, DK, you mentioned about the poor lad in America who whistled at a woman and then obviously got lynched for it. And that's not what I'm pointing at for a death penalty. I'm looking at more of the whole life order sort of thing. So if you're getting a whole life order, you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison for what you've done. And a whole life order, it means you have to have done things like this. So you have to have murdered 2 or more persons, where each murder involves planning out, abduction, or sexual or sadistic conduct. The murder of a child involving abduction or sexual or sadistic conduct. the murder committed to further religious, political, racial, or ideological causes, a murder committed by a person previously convicted of murder, or the murder of a police officer or prison officer in execution of their duty. So I'm not saying all crimes should be, not even one single murder I think should qualify you for a death penalty. But if you're a repeat offender and obviously the prison system isn't working for you for rehabilitation, because I do believe the prison system should be there for rehabilitation. It should show people, no, you've done fucking wrong. You're getting punished for it. You're being locked up. You're serving your time. That's it. But I also believe that spending the rest of your life in a small box, knowing you're going to spend the rest of your life in there, especially if you're 25 and go out and kill 4 people, you can spend the next 65 years in prison. Do you think that's a fair thing for killing those people to spend the rest of your life in prison? And if you were spending 65 years odd in prison, at that point it wouldn't even become a cost thing, because at that point it would be cheaper. After 35 years of being in prison, it's actually cheaper for execution. I don't want to get into the money side of it, but as a point, because it costs around £31,000 a year to keep, dollars, we'll go for the American side because that's the one I looked at, to keep someone in prison. So, but cost aside, there has to be a point where you know you're not going to be rehabilitating someone. You can't put them back in society because you've already said you're not going to put them back in society. And yeah, I just wanted to make that point clear.
Okay. So I'm just quickly making notes there. So I was just gonna say, like, the whole rehabilitation, like, not working is, I think, disingenuous, because it works in Scandinavian countries and it's worked for many years. They have open prisons, and I was watching the documentary that I forgot to take their name down. It doesn't, like, they're allowed a lot more freedom, and rehabilitation does actually work within those countries. So it's not that it cannot be done. I think the UK government should step up, regardless of who's in power. They should step up and work on rehabilitating these people, so that they don't reoffend. And that, whilst that does cost a lot, it saves money in the long end, because you're not paying them for to be re-prisoned. It's a bit like paying taxes for free healthcare. You're not paying in the long run, but taxes are expensive, but free healthcare. So that's would be I was gonna say, whilst you were in your opening debate, but now that we can retort, I just want to say a few things, if that's okay. Or do you want to answer to my first question and then go back? I don't.
I'll quickly answer that. And yes, I believe there could be probably better things in our prison to help rehabilitate people. But if you look, I've got one fact I've got up here. Between 2000 and 2010, there were some of the prisoners released, 29 people went on to commit further homicide. Sorry, the exact figures were 29 murderers were released, 13 previously committed murders, and 16 committed manslaughter. Those 29 all went on to murder or manslaughter someone again. So considering the UK, we don't have many murderers to start with. If of those people that we are releasing, they're murdering again, it shows that our prison system is broken, and these people have served their life sentences, which in the case of the UK is probably going to be, well, anywhere between 12 and 30 years, depending on the circumstances, the age at the time, how they committed the crime and things like that. And then obviously they've got parole and things they can be looked at afterwards. So these are things we do need to look at. And I do think that for some of them, if they knew, if I feck up again and murder someone, not even feck up, if I'm stupid enough to do something like that, I am forfeit from doing anything else, because these are repeat offenders I'm more looking at than anything else.
I understand the repeat offender type thing that they keep going out, but all this shows, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself or sounding a bit rude, all it shows is that the two countries, whether that's UK or US, aren't rehabilitating properly. rehabilitation can work. It's not that it can't. It can. It's just it requires a few more dollars, and people don't want to spend. Maybe I don't know, but that would be my comeback. It's just like, yeah, repeat offending is not something that should happen, but it is something that can be stopped and worked on. It's just overhauling the entire system. It's not profitable because a lot of prisons are privately run in the US. They can probably correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but a lot of them are privately owned. If they're privately owned, then they can't get any money out of it. So judges in the US will lock up and sentence people to death because money. So that's just a US side. I didn't really want to go deep into that. The UK start, like I said, it just shows. You mentioned a UK start in your opening, but that just shows again we can't rehabilitate properly. I just wanted to point out one thing in your opening, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for
or
it.
Did you want to?
No, go.
Yeah,
go
so
for
you
it.
said.
You're all right.
So you said if a dog like bites someone or like harms them, then we like put them down. I think that's the ruling, which is obviously we should not kill animals as well. I'm not just saying we shouldn't kill humans, we shouldn't kill animals either. But I think that statement made by anyone, not just you, I'm just saying that statement in and of itself is a little bit disingenuous if you're not also vegan. That's a whole that can be explained later. But if you cared about animal lives, then you surely care about them throughout their life and not when they just did something wrong. So that's just another thing that I wanted to point on. You can tear me to shreds if you want on that.
No, that's fine. If that's how you feel about the animals and things, I mean, I've got 2 dogs, and I wouldn't dream of letting anyone hurt them. But I will be fair. I'm happy to go and have a nice sheep and have some roast lamb for dinner. I had roast beef today, but I do feel there's a difference between how we treat a pet and they become part of the family, but you know that if that family member of your dog hurts somebody, the line has to be drawn somewhere. You mentioned Scandinavia as a country before. Scandinavia's murder rate is about 1/10 of the UK's, and the UK's is counted as one of a low murder rate in the developed world anyway, because we have like 11 per 11 homicides recorded per million population, and Scandinavia has about 1. So we are looking at 10 times the sort of murder here, but it's the re-offending sort of rate. So if you're not having many to start with, I don't know. I just feel like there's got to be a line drawn somewhere. And if you're getting someone who's reoffending, it's got to be taken to that point where saying, no, you've killed twice. You've been locked up for a lifetime sentence. You've gone out and within 5 years, you've murdered someone again. It's obviously prison isn't something that's going to help you readjust to society, because if they do go out and murder again, they're going to be given a whole life sentence and they're going to spend their life in prison. Katz, could I have that picture that I said before?
Okay, you can have the picture, but what I'm going to have to do is figure out how to get that up. So can you entertain the crowd while I faff about with OBS and try and get it up, or can you screen share from your end?
I can try. It's my internet I'm just worried about. Continue with screen share. We'll see what comes up. Oh, I need to get the picture up.
I've got a feeling it might do that.
Alright, I have the picture up. We'll see if this shares now. Nope. Application window. That one. Is that coming up?
Right, that's coming up, and I don't even think I need to adjust the OBS. So look at that. We got away with it. Crack on, mate.
Yay! So this is a prison cell for America, a supermax prison, where a lot of murderers and things will spend 23 hours a day. And I'll be fair, this one is smaller than the one that the murderer that I mentioned earlier is in. This is 3.5 meters by 2 meters, so 7 foot by 12 foot. He'll spend 23 hours a day in this room. 4-inch window on one side, 4-inch window on the other side. And these are the sort of people who aren't ever being paroled. They're spending the rest of their lives in there. And I do feel like if you're going to torture someone by being in that room, then that's probably not a good thing. But on the same point, there are people who spend their time in these who will be coming out. And yes, I'll fully agree with DK. Prison systems need to be looked at for more rehabilitation, because spending 23 hours a day in that room for, say, 15, 20 years is not going to do your mental health much good. Stop sharing there. And that was my quick point to make there.
Do I need to do anything with OBS now? I don't. Sorry, DK, back to you then, buddy.
Back to me. Okay, thank you. So I hope you don't mind Dan sarcastic comment. So whilst you were talking, I did just quickly, I don't know if this counts as cheating or not, because I looked up your stuff. So I don't know.
There's no cheating. Nothing's cheating.
Yeah,
no,
I didn't
nothing's
want to
cheating.
like no, I just quickly googled. So Scandinavia is like a region. I always thought it was a region. It's a country, and Norway has the lowest like level of reoffending criminals once they I'm on Business Insider, so who knows? But they've got the lowest recidivism.
I will point. I didn't. No, go on. No, go on. I'll finish sentence.
I'm gonna say it has one of the lowest recidivism rates in the world at 20%. The US has 76.6% of recidivism. So that just shows that how, if done right, if X is right, then Y is also like. If rehabilitation is done correctly, then there'll be less reoffending.
Yeah. The reason I brought up the points and the percentages I did, though, was to show there possibly is some difference in the mentality to start with, because their offence rates for murder and things are much lower to start with. Does that show some different mentality within their population as well, that they're obviously taking either crime more seriously or murder more seriously to start with? And could this reflect more on a problem within our society itself, where there are more problems deeper than just the prison system?
I mean, I think with, because I've been like a fanboy of Scandinavia for like since I was like 18. I think in the UK and the US, it's not like there's not a culture of education. The education, like, it starts with education. So if you can educate the people to move a certain direction, as in not kill people because it's bad, then more will happen. So when you have a society that centers on not hurting people or things or living beings, then when it is done, then they can address that issue better. Norway also, because like not everyone's born equally, sometimes, you know,
wealth disparity and stuff. That's fine. I'm happy with psychology.
In the brain, I think there's a little like link that if it's broken, then it makes you do things that you would never normally do. Not mentalism, just like there's a little switch. I'm not sure of the brain called, but I remember watching a documentary, because I don't have a life, and they were saying once that link is broken, then it's very hard to get that person back, but the impossible is possible through rehabilitation. So it just requires lots of psychological analysis, and you've got to pay psychologists and counselors money, and people don't want to do that for whatever reason. Norway's doing it, and they've got the lowest recidivism. Maybe we should learn from them instead of leaving.
Definitely. I think there's a lot more we can do as a society to prevent the crimes to start with, not just the punishment aspect of it, but making sure there's less of a difference in what's the word I'm looking for? Prospects for people from different backgrounds. So everyone should have the same prospect for jobs, education, a good sense of life that doesn't attract them into the sort of crowds where they might fall into drugs or mental health problems, where they do then fall more into crime. And I think this is something that needs to be addressed in the centre of our community to start with, as well as the prisons and our level of that we give to punishments. But I think they should come in first and then move to more strict punishments for the reoffenders. But I do agree, the basis for the society as a whole has to be there first, to make sure that these people have the best opportunities in life they have, so they don't go down these paths. It'd be pointless saying from today we're going to murder everyone who's killed 2 people, because I believe that would be unfair on society as a whole. There has to be a whole process of bringing everything in, bringing everything together, and looking after the smallest member of society to the biggest member of society.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. But going back to my bar chart thing, you don't have to put this slide, unless Dan wants to see it again. But just taking the US, this prison, the death penalty or punishment of death penalty, and the sentence of a death penalty given to a perpetrator is 100% in my mind racist, because I don't think the police officer who killed George Floyd on purpose is not going to be given a prison sentence. And the police officers who killed Breonna Taylor,
and I fully agree with you.
They were given a new role. They moved office. They didn't get demoted, but they had like an office role instead of being in the streets. Nothing will happen to them. But if it was the other way around, there was a black police officer who went around. She stood up to the racism within her own department and said, my partner killed an innocent person, and wasn't going to side with his argument. And they fired her. They weren't going to pay her pension, got taken away, her money got taken away, her job got taken away, and nothing happened because she was black. So focusing on the US, it's mainly in the US that I've read, although people in London would probably disagree, completely racist. So the death penalty, it would always favor the winners. History is written by the winners, as the saying goes. We're seeing it. George Floyd's killer, he's going to be chilling, and that's not something that should happen. But I still wouldn't give him the death penalty. I would still work with him. Like, we understand why he did that, because that's a whole police institution, and now that they've got a new president, maybe they could work on that. I completely agree with that. Still wouldn't kill them though.
No, and I fully agree with you that racism within courts and within society and within police, whether they want to admit it or not, is a problem. But that's where it comes back to my previous point, that society as a whole needs to become more adaptive and more caring before we can start changing the rules for crimes, because we've got to at least try and make sure that these circumstances that have pushed people towards crimes, or worse, that have made police the sort of people they are in their mindset of committing racial crimes themselves or racial profiling, needs to come out of society. Ideally, I'd love to see a time where your defendant never actually appeared face to face in a courtroom, so there was no racial bias being added. It was just defendant X. I believe the same should go for interviews, so that all interviews should be done via a text response or something like that, so there can be no racial or sexist bias added to it. If you don't know who the person is to start with, and all you know is their assigned number for the court case, you can't add racial bias into it. But it's got to come back to society first to fix its mistakes, because these are mistakes within society and within our culture as a whole. And no matter what country you go to, they linger in the back of certain people's minds that, whether they want to admit it or not, are always going to make that slightly wrong call, dependent on people's skin tone, dress, sex. It's problems we need to solve first before we can start doing further things.
Hey there, card gamers.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I was just whilst you were speaking, I was paying attention, but I was also thinking. Now, I don't know if you still remember about that guy in New Zealand a few years ago. Was it a few years ago? Was it last year? I don't remember. But he went around and he shot all those people in the mosque. He went from one mosque to another mosque to another mosque, and he shot all those people because Muslims are wrong or whatever his belief. I'm not going to reiterate his beliefs.
Okay, and our first rare is a clergyman. Not exactly a viable competitive card, but hey, it's a pretty one. All right, next pack. Feeling even better about this one. I gotta say, these cards are feeling extra silky today. I mean, they're so smooth. Not sure what they're doing down there at the card factory, but these are feeling good in my hands. Okay, let's see what we got here. Some jank cards, maybe a few additions to my draft cube. We'll see. And our rare for this pack is Bandog. Not exactly riveting so far, but we have many packs to go. Next pack, here we come. Just cut out this part. Hey there, card gamers. I'm the Lucky Carter, and this is a vintage pack opening video. Today I'm opening a few super rare old packs I snagged at a garage sale. I've got 4 packs of Inscryption. You would not believe the deal I got on these. Now, not all of you will even remember this game. I'm barely old enough to have seen these going around in my childhood. For whatever reason, they only did one set of these cards and then stopped printing them. There's not a huge market for them anymore, but at the rate I got them for, there's not really much to lose. That being said, a foil Mantis God goes for a couple $100, so fingers crossed. Really cool art on these. Definitely stands the test of time. And our rare for this pack is Blue Mage. Cool looking card, but not going to be worth very much.
Where's my Blue Mage?
Let's see what we got going on in the second pack. Huh. This pack has been opened and resealed. Hope no one snuck the rare out of it. That would suck.
Who are you talking to about waiting?
Come on, people.
Yeah.
Who opens and reseals a pack? Huh. There's a set of coordinates on this card. Looks like they were drawn on with a pen. 49 degrees north, 123 degrees west. I think I'd have to check, but I think that's pretty nearby.
So it's tomorrow and he's going to
Alright, guys. I'm out here living my best life. Got my trusty headlamp and shovel. Always come prepared, kids. Whew. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Whew. getting close. I think. Assuming there is a thing to get close to. This very well may be a massive waste of... Alright. That's why you always bring an extra battery. Every time. You gotta come prepared. Key. Alright. This is it. And now, we dig. I give a 75% chance it's a rock. But, only one way to find out. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, you guys, I can't believe it. There's actually something here. What?
I'm still wondering why you couldn't start a new
Guys, are you seeing this? I'm a little confused.
Alright, fine. Wow, great video. Okay, time to figure out what's on this thing.
Please do not be foolish, they will follow it. Don't you mean inscribe your name?
How is this game not over yet?
What I do that? And I put a scroll on the bottom left and I work it on the bottom right. I'm a little confused right now. Why don't I get my ice cube possum? Reginald? Who's fucking Reginald? Reginald? going through and stuff like that. I guess it's kind of the same as that fucking thing. I don't know. So I can do the little swirl in the hand thing. Doesn't matter if I just put it there. No, I'm saying for the in the picture. But we just have to yeah, it just something just wrongs that are pointed sometimes. Squirtle time or something? Alvin Squirtle?
I'm so sick of this boss.
that's fine.
or rephrase them. And I think that was the. New Zealand is another country that again is just Jacinda Ardern, right? Can just be my prime minister. But they did the right thing. They got the armed police. They had an inquiry into it, and they didn't mention his name. They banned TV people from mentioning his name. Nobody knows who he is. They took down all his materials, and when he went into court, they just allowed the families of the victims to speak. I think they did it right, and there's no reason why we couldn't do it now. So if we do it now, I'm not saying it will happen overnight, but gradually, if we start introducing policies and laws in place whereby those sorts of actions are looked down upon, and we create not a cult, but like a belief or a shared belief system whereby we say doing XYZ is wrong, you should never do it. But if people do it, then we still have steps in place, we have things in place to help them as well. We don't need to be. I don't believe in, if you take my eye, I'm going to take your eye. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. I don't really. That's my personal viewpoint. I don't believe in taking someone's eye because they took mine. Or maybe that could change. I don't have any kids. I don't know if that would change or not. I don't know. Maybe it could. But from my point of view, there's no reason to stop killing people. There's no reason to get rid of the death penalty, introduce an open discussion, an open table whereby we just talk about viewpoints and ideas and what we can do, and at the same time spend a little bit more money on rehabilitation done properly. That would be my idea instead of killing people.
But how can you rehabilitate someone who's never going to leave prison?
Right, okay, but you can still rehabilitate them. Because the rehabilitation that I think we're getting confused. The rehabilitation that I'm talking about and you're talking about might be different. So the rehabilitation of mine is changing someone's psychology. So let's say there's a killer and he's killed, I don't know, 20 people because of something wrong with him mentally, which there are.
Let's say 161 people, like the Oklahoma bomber.
Still, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was interjecting. I do apologise. I shouldn't do it. It's the wine. Let's say 161 people, like the Oklahoma bomber.
We could, but it wasn't his.
So there's your number. 160
based on. Sorry. Yeah. So his.
No. Go on.
Guys, I think there's a bit of a lag building up. Sorry, guys. I think there's sometimes whereby that we're using builds up a bit of a lag over time, but it gets gotten rid of if I refresh the page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the debate on standby literally for 10 seconds, and then if I refresh the page and you all refresh the page, it will get rid of the lag, because I think that's what's causing us to talk over each other. I just think it's lag. So I'll go on standby. Are you guys okay just to refresh your page, and I'll do the same here?
Yeah, I'll refresh them while I'm doing it. Go for a wee.
Brilliant.
Okay, I'll do it now.
And then that should be it, yeah. By the way, I'm not sponsored by Whereby, but it's a great free little program. But it does build up a lag when you've been going for quite some time. Are you there, DK? Oh heck! Don't leave me on my own. Let's have a look and see who's in.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, buddy. I can hear you. You're back.
Okay.
You're back. Yeah, I just think the lag was building up, and it was. I don't think anyone was intentionally interrupting. I just sometimes it happens with Whereby. I use it for tutoring kids and stuff when I'm doing online tutoring. I get the same after about an hour. It just builds up. So hopefully the fact we've refreshed will change that. Let's see who's in the chat. I'm going to look at some questions here. Adrian Clark says he's just done a quick Google, and in Nuneaton alone, from January to May, 34 people were jailed for crimes such as murder, rape and manslaughter. So I think that's in reference to before with, but I'll bring that up with sarcastic Barman in the question section later. Okay, Barman, you back?
I am.
Right, cool. I think that should be the lag sorted out. So apologies for you guys for that. Crack on whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I think Dan was mentioning the Timothy McVeigh, Oklahoma bomber. I think his motives were against the government to like take over. Sorry, go ahead.
Not Timothy McVeigh, because he was executed. His co-conspirator Terry Nichols, who wasn't. So it was more that he wasn't executed because at the trial the jury and things thought he was remorseful for his actions, and there was the possibility that he was leaving the conspiracy the day of the bombing or the week of the bombing. He was going to say, no, I don't want to do this anymore. But he made no actions to obviously try and stop it. So he was still responsible for the death of those 160 civilians plus 8 police officers, I believe, or federal agents or whatever. So he's obviously now serving 161 life sentences without the possibility of parole in a supermax prison in the same sort of cell I showed before. So he's obviously remorseful. He obviously knows he's done wrong, but you're still happy to lock him up for the rest of his life for 23 hours a day in a small room.
Oh, I'm not happy with that, but that's not the only type of prison they can send him to.
Well, yeah, obviously not. But
no. What I'm saying is, I think that's another aspect of, like, I'm not saying crime shouldn't be punished.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, if I go to the shop and I take a sweet that costs £1 and I put it in my pocket and I don't give the shopkeeper £1, I should be punished for that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying I shouldn't be. I'm not saying that we should be all caring, loving, and be like, you did a mistake, it doesn't matter. That's not my point. My point is, even I will concede to the fact that even if they have to be in prison for the rest of their life, like Terry Nichols that you mentioned, we don't have to treat him like garbage and keep him in a dark room with nothing there for 23 hours a day, because then he'll just probably kill himself as well, because that leads to PTSD. So that's another aspect whereby you could just work on not treating people harmfully, I guess, for lack of a better word. We can address that issue as well. So we don't need to kill him.
Yeah. So that brings me back to the point in my open statement that human life is important and society chooses how bad our actions are by the punishment it receives. But what punishment does killing 161 people justify? Because you're saying you don't want him locked in a small room, so do you want him living comfortably after killing 160 odd people?
Comfortably would be freedom, as in you can go outside of a prison. And I never said that he should be outside of a prison.
That's fine.
But what I'm saying, sorry, go ahead.
No, go on.
What I was saying, or what I meant to say, is instead of, like, still, if I was the judge, which I'm not, but if I was, let's say, my thing would be, you can't keep him in a dark room for 23 hours a day. That's inhumane. That's literally torture. And whether or not he deserves it is a judgment call, insofar as I think that's subjective to each person and how they feel. How I feel, subjective to me, I wouldn't say you can leave the prison, and I wouldn't say you are allowed a lot of time outside of your cell, and or undeterred amount of cells. You can have as much time as you like. He should be in a cell because he's killed a lot of people, and he should face, the punishment as the law decides. But the law shouldn't decide, we're going to torture you, excruciate you, and then kill you, because before they kill you in the US, they lock you in that prison cell as well. So if you're going to, why not get rid of the death penalty, get rid of the small room, or even keep the small room, but allow more hours for him or her to be outside, and then he can learn the action of his ways. I'm not saying he's excused, and he should not be, but we should still show you should still show love to that. Show love to thy enemy, as I think it was Jesus, but I don't really want to. Don't want to misquote anyone.
That's fine.
But that's just the way I've always been. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, and I should then start sentencing people to death. I don't know.
I do agree with you that people do spend too long on death row. Lester Bower spent 32 years waiting on death row for his execution after appeal and appeal and appeal and appeal and appeal, because the government helps fund the appeal process for these people on death row. They're appointed 2 lawyers at their trial if they're going for a death penalty. The jury selection is extra stringent on a murder trial that involves a death penalty, to try and work out the problems that we know are there in society. And I don't think it's enough. I think the problems are still there in society, even with all the extra measures they are taking. Hence your point earlier about people who face the death penalty and people who are in prison for murder and things is higher in minority groupings, and fully agree with you there. But if you have a prisoner that's already remorseful, that knows his actions are wrong, what sort of punishment can you give him that would progress society in a way that people can see this is wrong? If you go out and kill over 150 people and the state is going to look after you, feed you, clothe you, keep you warm, but then at the same point isn't doing that for ex-soldiers in our country and in America, what sort of precedent does that set for people? And I do believe most of this does come back to the points that you and I both made, that society is the problem to start with, and we have to look at society first. But what level of punishment would you deem acceptable for that sort of murder? We're going to say yes, locking up, but what levels of restrictions should apply in prisons? Because you're saying you don't want them locked in a room all the time because that's torture, but then they've also killed 150 people. You want them to have some freedoms to go outside and interact with other people, but then they're getting human interaction. They're forming their own sort of mini society in prison, which we know doesn't help rehabilitate people, because people who commit murders serve a sentence and will have gone out and committed murders again. So how do we move things in a way that is acceptable, that the prisoners know they're committing wrong and don't want to do wrong again, but at the same point not treat them as cattle in a way and just make them live in a shit life that makes them not want to be alive? And because the person I mentioned in my opening debate who tortured someone then went to prison, he wants to commit suicide, and after 37 years of living in a box bigger than the boxes I showed before, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with you insofar as I think we both agree that it's a society role. Like just on your ex-soldiers, I love when people bring up ex-soldiers. Like regardless of what the issue is, nobody cares about ex-soldiers until a position they deeply are against, like immigration. I know I'm going off on a tangent again, right back on tangent.
No, that's fine. But, go on the tangent.
Just I've had so many debates where people are like, why are you feeding immigrants when you can feed ex-soldiers? And I'm like, great. When did you feed an ex-soldier, and when did you give them money when you saw them in the street? And then they shut up and then they don't talk to me, and I don't have any friends. But I think that's, we both agree, that's a society that needs overhauling. We need to overhaul our society. We need to come together, and we basically need to stop being such whiny little so-and-sos. I think so. You said that, I didn't say that. But it does, I think that's where the crux of the issue is. So I fully agree with you there. And I was gonna say something about a woman in prison, but I forgot. But I still don't think killing them would be. I think once, because we pay taxes, or at least I do, and I'm not Jimmy Carr. my taxes would then, if we introduced a death penalty, my taxes paid for that death penalty. So I'm not comfortable morally and ethically to be knowing or to be in the know that my money has killed someone, especially if later down the line it comes out like they were innocent. That would haunt me forever. That's just me speaking. I would just be like that. Like that, I want to go live in a hut in a forest with my own river, my own coffee machine, and a nice book, right? Because I don't think I could handle that. I don't think that we should start, you know, we should start looking after everybody, but that's an ideal. But there's no reason why we can't work towards it. And yes, there will always be outliers. There will always be a few bad apples in a bunch, and I wouldn't, criminalize everybody, because what happens when you criminalize everybody? So, like, I'm up from a minority background. Now, my background gets blamed for everything in the UK. Whatever it is, right? It's one of us. He's brown. He's living at home with his parents, and his people killed our people, so we're gonna kill him. I don't think we should do that. I don't think, like, a lot of people have called for the death penalty, but it was never a death penalty. At least this is what I've noticed. A lot of people have called for the death penalty, but a lot of those people have never called for the death penalty before 7/7. Before 7/7 in the UK, the idea of introducing the death penalty was crazy. It's just like, you're dumb. Like, don't be an idiot. You might as well be a flat earther, right? You're just a fool. But then after this is what I've seen, and I'm old enough to know this now. I feel really old, but I'm only 30 or 28. I've seen the rise of hatred and the rise of reintroducing the death penalty after the 7/7, just so that they could kill all those brown folk. And I don't feel comfortable in introducing that back into the UK.
Guys, I think...
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, you're right. I'm going to say, so far, you've both been absolutely brilliant. And you know what? When you get two intelligent, sensible, articulate people on, the show becomes so easy. You know, I've had absolutely nothing to do here, and it's been absolutely brilliant. So can I just thank you both for being, again, amazing. We've had loads and loads and loads and loads of questions from the chat, though. And Crafty Keeler, who, if you're not subscribed to Crafty Keeler, go and subscribe to Crafty Keeler. She's in the chat. She's brilliant. She's been collecting a lot of questions. I know it's going to take some time to get through with them. So what I was going to say is, while I just say hello to some people in the chat, do you want to maybe think of a closing 2-minute kind of summary, for what you want to say, and then we'll get to the questions? How does that sound?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'm up for that, yeah.
Right, well, I'll just give you a quick 2 minutes. We'll just have a look in the chat and see. Having said that, I think most of the people who've tagged in the chat have been tagging questions. Thank you, Facty, for sending me the email address that we asked for. Thank you, Crafty Keeler, for collecting the questions. Is there anything out there that isn't directed to you two? See, this is where Creaky's really good and I'm rubbish. I've said to you guys, right, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to think of something. And I'm instantly lost. I don't know what to say. But when I watch Creaky on a Sunday night, he can spin like a whole hour and a half, 2-hour live stream just on his own, and it's really entertaining. And I'm out of things to say.
Crap if you want.
I'm out of stuff to say already. How good is that? I haven't got a clue. So you don't get your 2 minutes. Who wants to go first on the summing up?
I started on the debate. So DK, I'll let you go first on the wind up.
Okay, DK,
yeah.
You got 2 minutes all to yourself, mate. Off you go.
I'll try to be as fast. So, just as a closing argument, I admit the death penalty is not a system that is meant to be, like I said, an eye for an eye, and just to set a punishment for an unjust action. And I can see that it is cruel and everything, and it has its ups and downs. But like I said, it doesn't serve as a deterrent. It doesn't always work, as Angel Diaz is in my opening comment. If you Googled him, you should Google his death penalty. It doesn't always work, and there has to be law and order to keep a society in balance. But the death penalty, I don't think it will ever work. It will not contribute to anything apart from killing someone who has killed someone. And I know you said that's not what you meant. You meant a whole life order, so murder, like multiple murders, sadistic conduct, and torture, sexual abuse. But I still don't think it would stop any of those things. It will still happen. So why I don't think we should have not a tyrannical government, but I don't think we should have a government in place that feels comfortable in allowing death and torture to be paid at taxpayers' expense. So that was my quick 2 minutes.
Okay, sarcastic barman, off you go, sir.
So an eye for an eye will never work. But if you're taking multiple eyes, I think to take one eye would sort of be fair in the very twisted sense that that entire saying makes up. If you're the sort of person who's going to go out and kill a shed load of people, and as we know that's equivalent to half a metric shit ton, that's not a good thing. And as much as we as a society would like to help you, there are certain people that are beyond help, rehabilitation, and they lack the ability to be reintegrated to society. And prisons as a whole are horrible at reintegrating people. But I do feel like locking someone up for the rest of their lives, them knowing, no matter the circumstances of their prison cell, it's still going to be a cell to them, that they know they're never going to get out. They know they're never going to have a proper relationship. They might never have children and a full life once again. That they are going to die inside. Their mind is going to twist, no matter how much we would like to prevent that. And I feel like in some circumstances, and some, not all, I do feel like a more fitting punishment and more humane would be to have them put to sleep, basically, in a humane way as possible. Things where injections go wrong, electric chairs go wrong, but we do know of methods that kill people. Gassing chambers tend to work a lot better, but they are more expensive. And this shouldn't be a cost issue. This should be a way to put someone out of their suffering, not only mentally, but to give people who have had the trauma of losing a loved one imposed upon them some sort of full stop end to that mentalness inside, where they know the person that has murdered, say, their wife or their children is sitting in a prison cell, being fed, being looked after, while the other person's life might be going down the drain because of the turmoil it's playing in their head. But yes, I fully agree with DK. Society has a huge role to play in all of this, and society as a whole has to progress more. That racism, social profiling, sexism, and things like that don't play a role in our crimes and judgments and things like that. We have to come to a point where we can treat everyone equally. We look after everyone in society, but the punishment for cocking up in society has to be there.
Fantastic. Yep. So, Crafty Keeler in the chat has been collecting the questions. She's been doing a great job. She's been collecting the questions that you guys have been asking. So the ones that I'm going to take, first of all, are from Crafty, because they're ones that have been asked since the beginning of the stream. And then once Crafty's out of questions, I'll start taking new ones. So let's just wait for Crafty to drop a question so you guys can drop a knowledge bomb. Go on, DK.
Sorry, just quickly mentioning, just let me know how much is raised in super chats, and then I can donate that. I'll screenshot the donation and I'll tweet you, just so that it's open and then nobody knows. Nobody thinks that I'm just like chatting shit.
DK, you're a legend. For a reminder, for anyone who missed the beginning of the stream, DK is a real gentleman. He said that anything that is raised on super chats tonight, he's going to match the amount and he's going to donate it to mental health charity of your choice. So if you have a mental health charity that you want, if you tag it into the super chat, and if you don't have one, then he will choose one. So you're an absolute legend. Crafty Keeler. Oh my word! We have one from the sarcastic barman, who is who is on the stream right now. So either that or someone's hacked your account, Sarcastic Barman. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the Mind charity then before we go to the questions?
Mind mental health charity, support there for people who need that. For some people who might know, my brother took his own life, and it'd be nice to have more charities doing more stuff out there for people who are suffering with mental problems to get support and things that they need in a way that if they're too worried to go to their family and friends, something out there for them.
I don't mind matching that, absolutely. I'll match all forward. I'll just say this: any payments now made, they all go to Mind. So everything is now going to Mind, and the charity has now been chosen.
Cool. DK and Kat, when we get a full total, I'll also match that. If it's going to Mind, I'm quite happy to match that as well.
My word. And I actually didn't know the story you just. I didn't know what you just said there. Thanks for sharing that. That's quite important. Don't know what to say there with that. So let's move on. But thank you. Okay. Crafty Keeler. This is what was the first question she's dropped? This one is from Peter and Grumpy Old Man, and it's a question for you, Sarcastic Barman. Protecting the public is important and part of our justice system, but is the death penalty a tool of justice or a tool of vengeance?
I believe it's a tool of justice when used in the right circumstances. It can't be used as, I've gone out and shot one person, therefore I should get the death penalty. No. I've shot one person, I should go out and have mental help. I should have society try and take care of me, as well as being imprisoned, that I can then rejoin society as a productive member of it. I've gone out and I've killed 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. Yes, I should be assessed first mentally, and there's one thing, I did have it written down that there's certain things that I do think should be taken into account before a death penalty is added, and your mental stability and things is one of those. That if you think you're in the right mind and the doctor says, yeah, you just have no regard for life, that's something that should be taken into account with everything. I hope that makes sense. Makes sense in my head, but I'm out of wine, so.
DK, have you got a view on that yourself?
What was the question? Sorry.
So the original question, I'll just read out for you, was, do you think that the death penalty is a tool of justice or vengeance?
Vengeance as it currently stands, because we don't, in the US they don't kill people straight away, as we were mentioning in the chat. I think they're sentenced to like a 4x4 like prison cell, and then for like 10, 30, 20, 30 years, and then at the end they're like, oh, okay, it's your turn to die. And it's like, well, I don't know. I think that's wrong to do. So it's vengeance for the people. I'm not going to say it's the vengeance for the families of the victims, because I'm not a family of the victims. I don't want to go into that. But it's the vengeance of the state. And the reason they keep them in those rooms is because it pays the people who own the prisons. They get money out of it.
And I suppose it could almost be a debate on its own, that, couldn't it? The debate is vengeance or what's the word? I suppose
vengeance.
Yeah, is vengeance something that is what's the word? Worthwhile? Is that? I mean, I know if somebody come into my house and let's say they killed my kids or whatever, I wouldn't just want to see them die. I would enjoy the moment that I saw the last breath come out of their mouth. But that's obviously because I'd be emotionally involved, etc. Is that right? Is it wrong? I suppose that's a whole debate in itself, isn't it?
I mean, as I said during the debate, I don't have a family. I'm not married. I don't have any kids. I don't know. It could change. So I'm always open to that.
Never Again, and again, thank you, Crafty Keeler, for collecting these. Never Again asks, and I'm not quite sure who this is to, so both have a stab at this. DK, you can go first. Do you have any idea how many people are employed and benefit from the US prison system to avoid helping anybody become better? Now, I know nothing about the US prison system, so my answer to that will be no. DK, have you got any comment on that?
I don't know how many people are employed to make sure help isn't reached to the prisoners, if that's the question. But I do know that it's a top-down structure in the US where everybody benefits, unless if you're not white, as long as you're white and you're in the prison industrial complex, you're going to benefit financially. Whether that's prison guards, the prison head officer person, whatever you call it, and police officers, the people working on their beats, everyone.
Oh, you've gone, mate. If you can hear us, we can't hear you anymore. There's been something wrong with your microphone there. While he's he's back.
I can hear him.
Sorry.
I just say he didn't cut out for me.
He didn't cut out for you. You cut out for me. Well, apologies if people are listening on the stream and he didn't cut out. Then I've just interrupted you. Maybe it's my headphones. Sorry, DK. You crack on. I apologise for interrupting.
Yeah, I was just saying. I know someone who works in a U.S. prison as a counselor to prisoners, so I shouldn't say this, but that's not the majority of prisons. Everybody benefits unless you're a non-white person.
And
that was just my basic response there.
Brilliant. Just want to say thank you to Wade Watts, who's just said congratulations to both of the debaters. In his super chat, his point of view is he could never agree with the death penalty if there was the slightest possibility of putting someone who's innocent to death, which I can totally understand. Let me go back to... did I ask both your opinions on that last question? Was there something one of you wanted to say to that?
Basically, almost to agree with DK, but I think society as a whole has a role to play, and how we use prison as a whole, that it shouldn't be a third party running a prison for the government. It should be the government running the prison. It should be in the government's best interest to have as few as people possible going into a prison and coming out of a prison to be productive members of society, not a prison thinking, how many people can I squeeze into a smaller pace as possible with as few as guards as possible so I can make the most money as possible. That's not a good way to run a prison system. And fully agree with DK. It's probably a lot of the problems that we have are down to our prison systems.
Excellent. Crafty Keeler, another one. Thank you, Crafty. You're doing an absolutely brilliant job. This is from Misty, and this is for you, DK. She's saying, we executed a woman in Missouri, and this is very recent, isn't it? This is the last few days. We executed a woman in Missouri for premeditating and cutting a new mother's unborn baby out of her womb while the woman was still living. I think the woman died. The mother died, didn't she? And she stole the baby. She cut it out of somebody's womb and stole it. Horrific. How exactly do you rehab that?
Yeah, interesting question. What was the name? I was going to say interesting
Misty.
Question and then the name. Oh, the interesting question, Misty. Sorry. Yeah, no, I read about that this week. And it was, I didn't know it was in Missouri, but I read about it, and she killed, what's her name? Bobby something? Yeah, no, I read about it, and his heart goes out to the victims, and of course. But you can still rehabilitate that because there was an example in the US as well where a female prisoner was thinking about murdering not a female prisoner, sorry, a female child, so a little girl. She started cutting up dolls and killing animals and insects, which is a well-known take for serial killers. And the family got the doctors involved, who then got psychologists involved, and she was adopted by a psychologist as well, who then shied her away from that life.
Oh, you've cut out for me again there, mate.
It can be done. I'm not saying how, because I'm not a flat earther. I'm not gonna say this is done when I'm not having any expertise in the matter. So I'm not gonna say how. I'm just saying it can be done. For how, you'll need to speak to some psychologist somewhere.
Right, am I having problems with my headphones? Did anyone cut out then, or was that just me? Sarcastic Barman, I can't hear a word you're saying there. Are you on mute?
No, I was on mute. I'm very
Oh,
sorry.
you were on mute. It's not my headphones.
But DK did cut out then for a couple of seconds. Sorry.
Oh my word! Right. Oh, brilliant, brilliant.
My microphone fell off the stand. And I forgot I muted myself to put it back on.
Go on, mate. Have you got anything you want to add to that before I get the next question?
With that sort of circumstances, I would say the best help would be mental health. Yes, it's a horrible, atrocious crime, but it still needs to be addressed by society as a whole before any sort of judgment is passed that there is obviously mental instability there. And that's all I'll say on that one.
Okay, next question. Again, Crafty Keeler, thank you for fishing these out. And if you haven't subscribed to Crafty Keeler, a fascinating channel. She looks into the psychology and the social aspects of conspiracy theories, something that I think is a really, really important thing. So you can see the spelling of her name in the chat. Go and check her channel out. Really, really worthwhile. But I'm sure you all know who she is anyway. She says, Facty asks, should the death penalty be a deterrent for other people more than a punishment for the crime? So is it more important as a deterrent or as a punishment? And I guess that's to both of you. DK, do you want to take that one first, mate?
He's back.
Oh, is he gone again?
He dropped and then he's back.
I'm
there
back.
he is, yeah.
My AirPods, they did something. They had a kerfuffle. I missed everything after after I stopped speaking. I didn't hear anything. So
oh, it's alright. Don't worry about it, mate. It was only me talking, and anything I say can be instantly dismissed. I just talk. I just waffle. So this question is for both of you, but I'll let you go first on this one, mate. Facty has asked, should the death penalty be a deterrent rather than a punishment? That was her question. What's your reaction to that? Oh, obviously, it's going to be neither for you, but just wonder what you thought of the question.
Well, interesting question, but deterrent doesn't work, so it shouldn't be used as a deterrent. It reminds me of a certain politician who said it on Question Time, and she got laughed at because it didn't work. It doesn't work. Deterrents don't work. We've seen it in the Prohibition era. We've seen it in the drugs policy that the UK and US have. They never work. So we should work towards having something else that does work, like rehabilitation.
I suppose if you are gonna, I get the side of the argument that if you are gonna kill someone, you're probably gonna think you're gonna get away with it. I don't think anybody's planning to get caught, and if they are, obviously, I suppose they don't care of the consequences. So I get your opinion on that. Sarcastic Barman, what's your opinion on that?
A deterrent, but also a freedom from the torture of being locked up. I can fully agree that our prison systems aren't working, hence why murderers, when released, are going out murdering again, which shows we're not rehabilitating in our prisons and we're not deterring people from going to our prisons because they're going out and doing the same shit again. So everything needs overhauling before we would bring in a death penalty. But yeah, it's not fair to lock someone up, but it's also not fair to kill them. We've got to draw the line somewhere, and I think that killing them would be better than locking them up and forcing them to go mental in a cell.
Brilliant. Crafty Keeler again collected one from Ivy Gentry, who has previously asked, and this is for you, DK. It says, sorry, Ivy Gentry for DK. Not okay with his money being used to kill, but are you okay with your money being used to torture people? So essentially, if we're not going to kill them, keeping them in life imprisonment is a form of torture. Is that okay? Is that better than putting them out of the misery?
Don't know. I mean, obviously, killing them is, I think, bad. We shouldn't kill people, and I don't think we should torture people. But I don't know the scale of which is worse, and why don't we just kill them? I don't know. I'm not okay with torture. That I would say. I'm still ashamed that my money, my tax money, still goes towards 4x4 cells. Well, I don't know if it's 4x4 in the UK, but I know there's a room where the quote unquote dangerous criminal get locked up in. I'm not comfortable with that either. I wouldn't be okay with it. I don't know how to change it. I'm just saying I'm not okay with it, and it should be changed.
So a change is needed, but you're not sure how that change should come about, which is fair enough. Does that make sense?
The change should be towards rehabilitation. I'm not sure how that change should be introduced because, again, I'm not an expert in policies.
No, brilliant. Dan, have you got anything that you want to add to that?
Yeah, to point out, you said about the cell size, because I mentioned cell size earlier. I'd point out that the cell that Robert Molesley in the UK is in, which is a 5.5 by 4.5 metre room, is actually a double-sized standard UK cell. So he's in twice the size as normal because he's in there 23 hours a day. In the UK, most prisoners aren't locked up for 23 hours a day. I can't remember the rest of the question now. Sorry, I had it here. I wrote it down. Yeah, and I do think that is torture to lock someone up like that. We should be doing more. Is my basic narrative. We should be doing more, but I believe also the death penalty is there for people who, if you're going to say they're going to be locked up forever, that's unfair.
So there's so many debates that can spin off this, and I think even in the side chat tonight, I may have come close to setting one up, because you have to be able to ask the question: can everybody be rehabilitated? I don't know. I don't know, but can everybody? And if they can, is the prison system set up to allow that to happen? And I think I may have managed to set up a debate about that, actually, about the potential for the prison system to rehabilitate people. And I'm looking forward to that. This has been interesting chat. But the next question from Dutch Heretic, and again, thank you, Crafty Killer, for this. Why don't I hear talking about the innocent people executed after a shitty trial? Either one of you for that.
I'll take it first. D, take the last one. Yes, that is a problem. There are appeal processes in place for people who do get a life sentence. I do feel, though, with modern day DNA practices, CCTV information that may be in place, that we are getting to the point where our reasonable doubt now is a lot better than, say, 30, 40 years ago, well, 50 odd years ago, that we can say, yeah, we've got DNA evidence, we've got your fingerprints on this murder weapon, we've got from one strand of hair, we've got your DNA here, we've got a partial thumbprint on the murder weapon, which matches your partial thumbprint, but also your drop of blood on the end of it or something. It's becoming much easier to rule on a case, if you get my meaning, that our technology is advancing quicker than our legal system is allowing for. Yes, this should all be taken and looked at more deeply, and everything should be double tested and things like that, just to be sure. But I think the procedures are starting to get there now, that we can be quite certain of things if DNA is involved.
DK, any opinion on that one?
I would just wanted to say, I think I mentioned that in the beginning, that there's, like, you can't bring back, like, once you've killed someone and then later down the line, because technology is evolving super fast, you can't bring them back. I mean, I'm 28, I still remember using, like, a Microsoft XP, like, I'm that old, so, like, it's evolved, it'll keep evolving. I remember when the first iPhone came out, everybody was like, oh, iPhone, and now it's like, yeah, whatever, it's like a more. So if technology is always evolving, and there'll always be technology to eradicate guilt or prove guilt, either way. So I don't think you should kill people or torture them, but there should be a middle ground, but I don't know what that is.
And I suppose it's always going to be difficult to come up with the perfect solution, isn't it? Because it's never going to be black and white, is it? It's never going to be black and white. I mean, some people, in my mind, just the world would be better off if there was a bullet in the head and that's it, gone, you know? But how can you set a criteria for, you know, it's very difficult. You know, clearly people who are... Anyway, it's not my debate, so I'll stay on.
The appeal processes still have to be there. There still has to be the chance, because there is always going to be that 1% of, like, doubt. This is why we have a jury, and people have to look at it and take beyond reasonable doubt. If you're going to do this thing, you have to have as much information presented to you as possible, to say yes, but you still have to allow time for a jury figure. I think in my page that I wrote here, I think I wrote a 1 year from sentencing. So obviously you're going to have the trial, you're going to have the jury and give the verdict. Sentence is going to be after that. A full year for any new evidence. No matter what that evidence is, a new trial should take place, in my opinion, to present that new evidence. And this can go on and on. I'm happy for it to go on and on, for the simple fact that I think these people deserve to. We need to know beyond the reasonable doubt. But at the same point, we need to show an example that, yes, if something happens, you have the chance to appeal this, but you're still going to be screwed if the evidence is there. And I think a lot of it comes down to evidence.
Crafty Keeler.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, DK. Go on, mate.
No, I was just gonna get on. Just add a little bit. I remember listening to the podcast Serial when it first came out, and they talked about that guy who was in prison. He's still in prison. He was a Muslim guy in prison for killing his classmate, and this podcast provided a tremendous amount of evidence whereby he shouldn't be in prison. Not a suspect. He could probably still be a suspect, but he shouldn't be in prison. But yet he's still in prison, so it doesn't always work like that.
No.
Again, that's a US prison system story that needs overhauling, and I agree, it does need overhauling. And just getting back to what I said about seeing the increase of people calling for death penalties after 7/7, how we eradicate the racial biases that will increase, because when you're inside a court, the public aren't allowed there. There are no cameras, it's just the jury, judge, and then the defendants and lawyers. They'll never get out until the trial is over. So if a person is found guilty, then the public will be like, right, that's the death penalty, because the sentence isn't immediate, I don't think. But if he's found innocent, and they can't tell you why, because you can't discuss the course after the trial, or things might happen inside the trial where you can't discuss. Can't be Tony Robinson and wait outside the court and film it. You can't do that. So how we reach that middle ground, I don't know, but we should.
I think that's how we said before, that society needs to change before we can implement any changes within the prison system itself.
Brilliant. Couple more questions, because I know we said we were looking at around about 6:20 finish, so we'll just do a couple more. I've got another one from Crafty Keeler via James. Adrian Clark's got a question. I will get your question, Adrian, definitely. So Crafty Keeler from James says, what about, and this is for you, Sarcastic Barman, what about the people they... Oh, I've done that one, haven't I? What about the people they enjoy murdering?
No, you haven't.
But now you want to help? Oh, have I not done that one? Right, sorry. No. Okay. So, what about the people they enjoy torturing and murdering? They deserved help, but now you want to help the psycho murderer. I'm assuming what he means by helping them means put them out of the misery, or like, I'm assuming that. James, correct me if I'm wrong. What do you think of that?
Yes, but first they should have help in a psychological point of view. Before they stand trial, they should be fully looked at, equivalated, have a sort of understanding of where they stand on the mental spectrum, how mentally damaged and things they are, whether they deserve to be able to stand trial for their crimes. That is going to be the first step in anything. But if it's turned that they're simply a psychopath and there is nothing we can do, or whatever verdict of the mental psychologist, I'm not a mental psychologist, I can't fully thingy on this, that they stand trial, the verdict passed is the verdict passed. But yeah, I don't think it's fair to lock someone up in a small room for 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 odd years. So, I mean, most of us get married for long enough, and that's bad enough.
Cool. Yeah, I know. I can't say anything because my wife might be watching. It's a pleasure. It's not a life sentence, mate. It's a pleasure. Surely, it's.
My wife's not giving me evils.
It's great not to be able to do any of the things that we really used to love doing. I'm kidding. Am I? Anyway, let's. No, I am kidding, of course, because my wife will kill me otherwise.
So let's find the next question. Adrian Clark's got a question, and then Crafty does say that there's a question for each of you still left to answer. So we'll get this. But Adrian Clark has, I think he's trying to pick you up, Sarcastic Bomber, on some figures that you dropped before. He says, so in Nuneaton alone, there were 34 people jailed between January and May this year for murder, rape, and manslaughter. Since 1960, the murder rates have gone up by at least 200 per year. Now, I can't remember the exact figure you said before. I can't remember what that's in contradiction to.
11.4 homicides per million people for the UK during the year ending March 2019, a similar rate to the previous 2 years. The number of homicides increased from around 300 per year in the early 1960s to over 700 per year in the early years of this century. And yes, murder rates in the UK are going up, and that's from the ons.gov.uk/articles/year ending March 2019. And yeah, murder rates are going up in the UK at a horrendous rate. But again, I think that's a society thing, that we're not being where we should be on a society to look after people, and people are thinking murder is a thing that they can do in crimes, whether it be with knives or gang related or guns or in other circumstances. It's not a society we should be promoting, and it's more of a society that we should be trying to move away from.
So Adrian's saying, no, I know nothing about these stats. Adrian's saying 200 a year it's gone up by since the 1960s. Does that ring true? Is that in contradiction to what you said, or is that the same?
The number I said, the number of homicides has increased around 300 a year in the early 60s to over 700 a year now. So it's actually gone up by 400 is the figure I've got, not 200. So it's gone up even more than he's saying.
Right. Cool. And let me just, sorry, I've just lost my place in the chat there. Apologise. Right, so Crafty Keeler has another question left for each of you, and then one for both of you, I think, and then we'll call it a day. Crafty Keeler, so I think this is Crafty Keeler's question to you, Sarcastic Barman. How do you prevent abuses or pressure of the death penalty for monetary, political, or religious reasons if the option exists, e.g. Central Park 5 or Guildford 4?
I think this comes down to the same again as very similar to the American death penalty has now. You need your 2 lawyers. There needs to be an extra check on the jury in place. The DNA figures have to be exact, and if there is any sort of doubt in the minds of the jury figures or the judge or anyone, it should be brought forward. If there's any thing that doesn't add up perfectly, the death penalty should be taken off the table. You've got to have the point where it's beyond a reasonable doubt. You've got to have the DNA evidence there and things like that, because we're going back with things like the Guildford 4 to a time where the DNA wasn't the same as we have now. The CCTV information wasn't the same as we had now, especially somewhere in the UK where CCTV is redonk. And we can move to a sort of position where, as horrible as it is, the more 1984 we become, the more certain we can become on a crime. And it's a horrible world to live in, that having more cameras is a good thing, but it's also a bad thing for our own personal freedoms. But if we have nothing to worry about because we've not done anything, it's also not a bad thing. It's a spiral. It is. I will fully admit it's a spiral, and we've lost DK. Damn it.
Is DK? Oh, he's. I think he was having back problems. Oh, he's back. Cool. So the next question is going to be for you, DK. Now you're back. Jim Broughton has, and hello, Jim. Good to see you here again. He's. Oh, I'm getting a bit of echo there. He's brought up a good point here. He says it's worth pointing out that the way figures are reported has changed. Previously, multiple murders by one person were classified as one, whereas now it's individual, and I had no idea about that. So that's a really good point. DK, the next question is for you, buddy. If there is no chance for rehabilitation and reintegration into society, how should these offenders be dealt with, since the prison system doesn't work?
Overhaul the prison system. Again, I don't know how. I know what to do. I don't know how to do it. As in, I know the Earth is a globe. I just can't prove it scientifically. I just seen it. I know what to do. What is to overhaul the prison system from the top down and the bottom up. Overall, it needs to be done. Whether that brings in laws that people don't like, yeah, it's usually. I think, like I said, sticking to the UK, because that's where I live. A lot of people just want the death penalty so they can see black and brown boys die.
So it's more of a, you think there's a racial spin on it?
In the UK at the very least, because every time I said, what about these white people that have done the exact same crime? Like, yeah, but disproportionately it's just brown Muslims who want to kill and murder and rape people.
I mean, from my point of view, I'd always judge it on the crime. You know, I'd look at I'd love to have a piece of paper without even a name on, you know, telling me what the crimes are, and I would judge. You know, certainly for me individually, skin color or culture or anything wouldn't come into it. Why you sarcastic, Bowen?
It's the same as I said before, that prisoners, people on trial and things like that, it should just be a number or something like that. We shouldn't see them in court to try and rule out that racial bias, because racial bias is a thing. Hopefully we become a society where one day it isn't, but at the moment it is. But agree and disagree that society needs to change first, then we overhaul the prison system to try and do what we can for people who do go to prison, and for people who murder once, either in a fit of rage. Say I caught my wife in bed with another man, I'd stab the feck out of him. But then that's a crime of passion, that doesn't warrant a full life sentence, and hopefully I can be rehabilitated to show that my actions were wrong, even though I'm going to sit there saying, no, it's fucking right, and I should have stabbed them both. But there should be someone there to help look after people, help care for people, help people realise what they've done wrong, to rehabilitate them for society, and then reintroduce them to society after things have been checked through, they've been reevaluated several times to make sure they're not a danger again. Because the last thing we want to do is be the sort of country that releases, say, 30 odd people who then go out to murder another 30 odd people after murdering 30 odd people to start with, because that doesn't obviously work.
Fantastic. There is a question from Crafty Keeler from Adrian Clark saying, why am I getting ads on a live stream? And I'm going to hold my hand up here. This is why Creaky is amazing. There's a little button on YouTube Studio and it says insert ad, right? And I've been using that today because I honestly thought what that meant was when you click that insert ad, when it renders and it's live, that is the point where an ad appears. I'm guessing that every time I've hit that, everyone who's watching has had to watch an ad, and I really apologise for that. Is that what I've done? Is that what that button's for? Because I have no idea.
I haven't done live streams since I've been monetized, so I'm not too sure. But obviously, I avoid midstream adverts because they do my nut in.
Well, I didn't know it was going to go live. If I've been clicking that and you've been watching an advert every time I've clicked it, I'm so sorry. I genuinely apologise. I honestly thought that would be where it placed the ad when the video had rendered and it was up after the live stream. I just, rather than going into YouTube Studio afterwards. So that is all my fault, and I totally apologise for it. Sorry, guys. Okay, I think we're done. DK, I will just get a last sort of speech from you, and same from Sarcastic Barman. And please, I've linked both your channel and the Twitter handle for you, DK, in the description. Feel free to shield yourself out. DK, what do you want to say to finish with?
Oh, DK?
Excellent. No, I think.
Connected.
Oh, he's there. He's back again.
My AirPods are a shame. I don't know. They're not working.
No worries, mate. Well, you're back, mate. You got 2 minutes to say whatever you want to say. And then I'll pass over to Barman and we're done. But listen, thank you for both for doing this. Off you go, mate.
I think I just wanted to thank you. It's been an honor to be on your channel, to be honest. Although I would like to apologize. Yesterday I watched your Baldy Cuts. Can you convince a flat earther if you're wrong? and I fell asleep like 10 minutes.
It was boring, wasn't it?
I was looking forward to it all day, and then I'd been doing things, and then I was like watching in bed, had all my snacks and everything, and then I woke up and then it was still playing and it finished, and I was like, I have to watch that again now. So I would like to apologize, but thank you for having me on. Thank you to Dan for having me on as well. I've subscribed to your channel, everybody's channel. The squad, as I like to call Baldy Cats and Simon, Dan, and Creaky are now the squad. So I've subscribed to everything. I'm in the Discord. And also, please, I do a lot of climate posting and debunking climate deniers because they really piss me off. Fuck off. So that's on Twitter. You can follow me there. I just post like science, like here's nature, here's peanuts. Read it. And you can follow me on Snapchat where all the graphics are as well. So it's really boring. All my personal stuff is on my Snapchat. It's just D, the letter D, and then the full stop, and then Kashmiri. Follow that Snapchat and be there, and yeah, just follow.
Well, I'll get that link in the description as well if you email it me, but your Twitter handle is in the description for people to follow. Thank you, mate, for coming on, and I do agree. I would even fall asleep watching the video that I released yesterday. It was like watching paint dry, but it was there for a purpose. But yeah, it was boring. Sarcastic Barman, do you want to close out the show, mate?
I really enjoyed that. DK, thank you very much for a good chat, a nice back and forth. Really, really enjoyed. I'm unfortunately out of wine now, so that's a bit of a downer. Am I allowed to show myself?
Yeah, of course you are, mate. Yeah, your channel's linked in the description, yeah, and you're well worth a subscription.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go and play poker in about an hour and 15 minutes time with really bad jokes on the second half on the EIE network, so I'm really looking forward to that. Anyone wants to come and watch that, you're more than welcome. There'll probably be a couple of seats at the table as well. And I'm doing something else. What am I doing? I'm with Rider of Dinosaurs on Tuesday at 9 p.m. GMT. So another really good stream. I'm streaming out everywhere at the moment. But thank you to you, Bodycats, for hosting all this. It was really enjoyable. DK, once again, thank you very much for being such a gentleman on all of this. I don't think either of us are right. I don't think either of us are wrong. It's a discussion that takes a lot more than just us and society as a whole to address. But thank you.
Right, well, I will say goodbye to you both off air. Thank you for everybody who has watched. And for those who are watching, Wednesday coming up is the rematch between myself and Broomy, who was a flat earther, a new flat earther that I had a nice civil conversation with a good few months ago now. And it was nice and civil. But it's now the rematch because I didn't convince him that he might be wrong, and he's now a full-on flat earther. And I should be debating him on Wednesday. We have another debate next Sunday because, again, I can't use a calendar. And then Plain or Walk is coming on to debate white privilege. Does it exist? Does it not? With somebody else. It's looking to be a good 2021. But thank you all for coming. I'm going to end the stream now. See if I can. And I'll say goodbye to these two off air. But bye, everyone. Oh, I'm going to say it's not finished yet. Thank you, Crafty Keeler, for all the help you've done. Let me hit end.
Because all cops are
Yeah, I'll say that.
So we don't need to say ACAB to advocate for police reform. And two, they're unnecessarily divisive. They pit one Democrat against another Democrat for no reason when we have a unified enemy to fight against. And three, they galvanize the opposition because Republicans hear you screaming things like we need to abolish the police. And then four, they depress local turnout because now your party feels like they're not necessarily on board with you, so the voters get turned off from your messaging. 68% of Americans support some form of police reform. Like, hammer the issues where you guys agree with each other. Like, so if we're all screaming about like body cams or use of force policies, then do the progress there. Don't go to the most radical extreme thing and then turn around and be like, oh, I can't believe you guys aren't on my side anymore now that I'm talking about literally abolishing a system where every single actor is a bad. You think I'm too extreme now? Did you never like black people in the first place? That's such a woke scold like way to approach things.
So not everything has to be simply to reach out to the public. There are some messages that can be for a movement. But it seems that we disagree with that.
What are you accomplishing?
What am I accomplishing? Well, there is
What you're talking about, Prime, just getting
Sure.
what you're talking about is virtue signaling. That's literally verbatim what you're talking about. You want a message that sounds good and feels good, even if it's politically ineffective and leads to the material harm of the people that you purport to protect. That's what it is. It's virtue signaling there. But I mean, like,
that redneck militias should mow down protesters.
Okay.
What's the end of the quote?
I think I'm going to revise my position here because you have presented good arguments. Okay. You have the police that itself is existing as it is. The issue is you have the unchecked abuse of power. But then what you do is you have people collectively work together. Like people collectively on a local level can often be more effective for averting crises than it is on a police institutional level.
So I get what you're saying in like a very broad sense, but the problem is like sometimes we're not going to be able to catch the bank robber when he's a little boy and like tell him that he doesn't need to turn that to a life of crime. Sometimes the bank robber is robbing the bank.
Think about why a person's going to rob a bank in the first place.
I get you, dude. I know I'm a socialist. Okay, but that's not how the reality works. Sometimes it happens, and we can't fix the material conditions during the bank robbery. We need to fix the bank robbery as it happens.
But we can often prevent the bank robberies occurring from the
But we can't always. We're talking about
let's abolish the police because crime won't exist under socialism. So we should just enact socialism so crime will never happen. Yeah, that worked out real well. That worked out real well throughout the 20th century.
Destiny's talking.
Sorry.
Shut the fuck up. No, I was going to say, it reminds me of like somebody comes into the hospital with a heart attack and the answer is like, well, he needs to diet and exercise. And it's like, yeah, that would have helped, but like we're past the point of that. Like when somebody's calling 911, it's probably not time for, community service. It's probably time. It's like an emergency that there needs to be an intervention for.
But the issue is you're comparing a person experiencing a heart attack, which we already have mechanisms to deal with, compared to like violence. It's kind of a good comparison.
A person getting like beaten down by somebody who's like 200 pounds, right, more than them, is not. You're not going to help them by having a social worker go in there and say like, hey, can you stop? Like, I'm pretty sure the cops tried that too.
Okay, but what you could do is have people resort to like aggressive behaviors without resorting to violent behaviors.
Right, but sometimes the people don't back down is the thing. And like what I've heard from you essentially is like either a return to like the posse system of the Wild West or like the NRA society or like or something so similar that it's effectively indistinguishable and the language that I'm using accurately conveys the point that you're making. All right, or we're like in NRA society where everybody just has a gun and so just everybody just shoots everybody else. Like those are the alternatives that I'm hearing from you.
There are some levels in the argumentation that I need to address and I need to think about. But fundamentally is if we have a system as it is failing to like protect people and it's fundamentally hurting people more than it is protecting, then you have to devise then you have to abolish that system.
Well, we have a healthcare system that's probably doing more damage, not more damage, but it's pretty fucked up. We don't need to abolish healthcare. We just need to reform it and do a universal system. Right?
Well, you need to abolish the mechanisms that allow for the abuse of healthcare.
But we don't. So we actually don't. We don't need to abolish. I live in California. We don't need to abolish Medicare. We just need to have the government run Medicare. That's just what. Or sorry, we call it. What's it called? Medi-Cal, right?
I'm saying abolish the financial side of it.
So
by taking the financial incentive.
Okay.
When I got my concealed carry permit, they always quote this one instance that happened here in Texas, where a gas station was getting robbed. Right. The perpetrator had a shotgun pointed at the guy. The guy, through some Chad means, managed to fucking get the shotgun on the guy. Ended up on the other side of the counter. The perpetrator hopped over the counter, right? So they did a swap. Now the clerk has the gun pointed at the guy, right? Well, some schmuck rolls up to the gas station wanting to buy some booze or something. He sees a guy pointing a shotgun at what he thought was the clerk because the guy was behind the counter. He pulls out his 9 and shoots the clerk in the head. Well, that guy's in jail right now for the rest of his life because he didn't know the situation. He's not properly trained like a law enforcement officer should be.
You can also look at other examples like where people fuck shit up because they don't actually know what they're supposed to do in a situation. They actually put more people in danger by like trying to Rambo their way through some sort of like really fucking heinous interaction, you know?
I think Wardy's idea is dog shit for a variety of reasons, but I think you guys are giving like the worst possible version of it. I don't know how you like to address Wardy, but I don't think Wardy is saying that like it needs to be like. Okay, I don't think Wordy's saying there needs to be like random fucking mobs of people running around murdering people. It sounds like if we construct like an idealized version of Wordy's system, there might be some like small like neighborhood democratic bodies that have people on standby that are designated to deal. Like maybe you have like a nurse that lives on a block or a mental health professional that has worked in like a psych ward or something that has that type of training, and these would be the people that you would have in charge to deal with these types of situations. And then those would be the people responsible, and not like a random like, oh, like Joe down the street said it's his turn, so he's going to go and try to resolve the violent conflict between the 15 people down the block or whatever. Like, it sounds like that's probably a more accurate version of what Wordy wants, rather than roaming bands of wild Western mobs trying to clean up the streets.
Yeah, the issue like with wild Western mobs and such is like because it leads to an inherent like lack of like central like legalization basically. But what happens is we already have like community patrols that very much engage in like we have I can like
in more affluent neighborhoods.
we have like already neighborhood patrols that already
And they break up domestic violence disputes?
Yeah, they break up domestic violence disputes.
No. The banana cops, okay, deal with like lower level noise complaints and like parking tickets. The banana cops.
I'm not buying that they storm in somebody's house.
Oh,
and
sorry.
Hey, stop beating your wife.
Sorry,
Okay,
like
wait,
the community security drove around like yellow cars, so like me and my friends used to call them the banana cops.
Okay. So
I think the
like-
most important part of
Oh, God. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, so this is where I'm going to side against Wordy, right? So I'm actually in favor of centralized systems because I think they are more easily democratically controlled and they have easier to have oversight on. When everything is the big problem with America and the United States that's even delegated by the Constitution, which I think we need a constitutional amendment for, is it's literally illegal to federalize the police. Because it's up to the states. It's the states' delegated powers to the states to handle policing, which I think is fucking awful. And it goes all the way down to like the county level or whatever. It's all like everyone does different things. Every state has different training. Every state has different funding. It's just like a mess.
It's because nobody's voting.
I think the decentralized like an organization like the police, which needs to be incredibly responsive to local needs, like federally for 350 million people, would be a disastrous idea.
By federally. Federally.
Did you just say federally?
Doesn't mean that like there's like federally standardized and federally regulated. It doesn't mean that there's like the national doesn't mean there's like a national police chief who like every single thing. No, I said federalize. What do you mean nationalized? They're already like owned by the state. Like they're already nationalized. But I also believe in like what Wordy's talking about when I talk about like 93% of police calls are nonviolent, right? Police's jobs, like police officers, are too broad. They are not specialized enough. So what I would want, the reason I want it to be more centralized and not to just be like community volunteers, is because like I want people who are doing these things, who are delegating, who have special rights to like, you know, go into people's houses, arrest people, do these certain things, should be extremely specialized. So you would have like the mental health unit, you would have the violent crime unit, right, which would be the cops, right?
I mean, here's the thing: a lot of police departments already have.
There is no single police department in the entire United States that has like tiny little fucking like units. They're experimenting with some, like Denver and New Orleans have like a 911 alternative for like mental health emergencies, but that's it. The cops still are delegated pretty much all duties. They do traffic stops, they do violent disputes, they do murders, they do literally everything. Anything that has to do with law and order, a cop does it. And a cop is trained in the United States for like 5 fucking months, and they're like, okay, go do all this stuff.
When it's things like violence, right? The cop is enforcing what the state is telling the cop to enforce, but at the end of the day, the reason for that needing to be enforced is because they're thinking about the person on the other end of that violence.
Yeah, okay, so there's a fundamental issue here is because cops, as like, not only in America, but like history shows that institutionalized forces of control, like police, have fundamentally don't enforce the laws, they enforce the consequences of being, like, actively being a citizen. So, like, for example, what happens is, like, cops here are only here to enforce the law to the extent that it is agreed upon for the state to enforce those laws. It's not the people who get to choose those laws, it's the state. We exist in a democracy, and to some extent we can, like, have an enforcement of law, but, like, an institutionalized of what our ideas are. But the reality is, more often than not, the state gets to choose the laws, they get to choose the implementation of those laws, they get to choose the consequences of breaking those laws. And we as a society do not democratically get to choose a majority of our laws.
So here's a good example of this. One of the things that people like use as like an example of how bad cops are is the crime bill, which was something that was put into law by democratically elected politicians. So like actually we do. The thing is like it is true that the state should the state dictates what the cops do, but in America, the people dictate the state. Even though there's all the problems are.
The crime bill was popular at the time.
You're talking with a few socialists. They say that it actually doesn't.
Yeah, I mean like it just does. Like we
So if anyone's about to cite Gillens and Page, don't. All right, it's not a good study.
I think something that's really important that like a lot of people don't like the idea of like centralized power. I think that the centralized power is really important. That monopoly on violence is really important because we need one central body that's going to have liability for dealing with these types of issues. I think the big issue is that especially when you've got violent situations coming up, there's always a chance that things are going to turn for the worse, and there has to be some central body that liability falls on. There has to be some way to dole out jurisdiction. Like who can we say is ultimately responsible for how our situation turned out? And I think that even in the Steelman version of your example, Wardy, where you have like a democratically elected council or whatever, like would these people really want to step up and be in charge of these types of situations if they knew that if they fucked up or if they mishandled things that they would end up being accountable for these things? I don't know if you'd get the same type of participation.
But by putting it on agreed 100%. By putting it on a local level, you basically have a greater harshness of consequence.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, like, I don't know who would step up to do that. Like, let's say, for instance,
we already have people who step up to do things like that all the time.
Well, for police officers, it's because they're paid, right? Because
not just for police officers, but like we have city council members who come in and like they do these things and they're democratically elected. And because of that, if they're democratically elected and they're on a local level, they have a greater, much more perception of consequences as opposed to like.
I don't think like a city council person is going to be like in a situation where they might be having to make a call on whether or not they need to kill somebody or who they need to shoot or what's going on. Like, I think that the level of liability that a police officer theoretically faces on a call is going to be way higher than a city council person going in to sign a piece of legislation.
But the reality is that liability doesn't exist for cops.
But it does. What do you mean?
We have privileged immunity.
But privileged immunity isn't a get-out-of-jail-free card for everything. Cops are held responsible if they do fucked up things. Sometimes they're not.
For a majority of the consequences.
No, they lose their job.
I have a quick
Sometimes they lose their job. Sometimes they're charged with further crimes. It really depends on the particular case. But again, there might be an argument for like independent oversight for police officers. I think that's really good. I think having independent boards that do oversight is really good. But the idea that you would just throw out like the whole institution and assume that other people would step up to do the job just because some people run for city council. Like, I think you need that monopoly on violence. We need one central body that we can call and say, like, hey, you need to solve this problem. It might get violent. Like, you're the one in charge. Like, you deal with it. You deal with the repercussions and consequences. Like, it's all on this body. And then also, I don't agree. This is kind of on the same point. I don't agree with the idea of saying like, well, we don't make the laws. The state does. I mean, we live in a representative democracy. The state does make the laws. And oftentimes, well, I don't know if I can say often, but sometimes people do actually directly choose the punishments. I know at the very least in California and in Nebraska, like the death penalty was literally up for referendum, and people voted in favor or against it, depending on the state. Like Nebraska, for instance, they voted in favor of bringing back the electric chair. I think in California they voted in favor of, I think it was repealing the death penalty, or it might have been for speeding up executions. I don't remember, but like sometimes it is up for referendum. Like,
Destiny, like to Steelman Wordy real quick. I don't think when people say no accountability, I don't think they're being literal. I think when people say cops have no accountability, what they actually mean is that relative to what they ought to or what would seem reasonable, like the disparity between that and what is reality is so far that people like they're not accountable to the public and they're not accountable to the law because they have so much immunity, so much privilege. And when they do fuck up, when a regular person fucks up in that same exact way, that regular person is going to get fined, go to jail, be punished legally, but a cop goes, oh, you're on suspension for like a week.
I have a fixed action for all of that.
But this is why, like, when Obama introduced federal oversight for certain police departments, those police departments experienced much less police abuse and police shootings than ones that didn't have the federal accountability. So, like, the fact that, like, it so dramatically made things better when they just added a little bit of accountability on top shows how unaccountable they currently are by and large. Hopefully Biden, brings that back. But
yeah, I think
I would make the argument that inherent power hierarchy is the issue in itself, because the power disparity is just going to come and develop over time.
I think a lot of the harm that's done with police is because we have like policies, either formally or informally, I guess. Like broken windows policing, where police are like looking out to see, oh, is there something wrong there, and they go and they harass people. I think that the institution of the police can be transformed. So like I think it was Red Charlotte who was saying maybe we need more specialized departments for mental health, or for like have specific people trained for violent interactions, have people trained for drug people who are overdosing, have people trained for all the different things. But I don't think maybe in the really long run you can have a society where you don't need armed police at all. But I think currently, especially with how many guns we have in the United States, and the animosity that we have, like we kind of have a culture where people don't trust the police, and so a lot of that is warranted because police don't have a good attitudes and interactions with the general public. But I just don't think that disarming the police or defunding the police without addressing, because if you defund the police and they don't have enough money to train people, like then that's not a good situation. Or if you defund the police and they skip back on body cams, that's not good.
That's be defunded.
Yeah, that's not what we mean by a defund.
I do have one point, but it's really controversial, so I don't know if I necessarily want to say it.
Oh, we want you to say it.
I do think I do think that we need to educate the populace on behaviors that are more advantageous for the individual when dealing with the police, like resisting arrest.
This is the same thing we were talking
always
about
a bad
when
idea.
I left.
So no, but we can,
I'm sorry to bring it back up.
We can no, that's fine.
I'm sorry to bring it back up.
No, it's fine. Fine, go ahead.
But while it is true that even if the police is like the worst person, resisting arrest or being defiant, that's more likely to get yourself killed. Like I don't think like you can sort that out after you've gotten to the live streaming. Like yes, getting video evidence is always a good idea. I just don't think that trying to challenge the police in the moment when they have a gun is literally like what we tell people who are getting mugged. Don't like just give them the wallet. Like you want to comply and then challenge the oppression or the wrongness or the violence that they're acting. You don't want to do that in the moment when they have a gun and you don't. That's my opinion.
Okay, all right. So I said I was going to interact with Clarice afterwards because I didn't get to finish what I was trying to do with them. But this kind of dovetails into that. Okay, I think it's perfect. I think it's perfect that you compared the police to criminals, right? That's a good train of thought there. Follow that, all right? Because you're saying if they're the worst person, what does the worst person mean, right? What level of abuse are you actually being subjected to at that very moment? So the problem is, like, first of all, I don't. You're not wrong in that people should understand the best ways to deal with the police, right? It's something I said previously, right? That we should be teaching our kids, like, here are the best ways to deal with the police. Don't mouth off. It's probably not a good idea, right? It'll probably put you in a terrible situation, but that's not the solution, right? That's not the solution, like, whatsoever. That's only addressing a symptom of a larger cause. The cause being the police using horrific violence against the populace, right? Just because they feel like it. Just because, whatever, right? Just because
I don't think literally anybody believes that. Is there anyone on this panel? Wait, what was the name of the guy that brought that up? I don't think anybody here believes that, like, just acting calm around the cops fixes literally anything. It's just like you should.
No,
because it's better for and optimize your own outcome.
Pretty much
right?
everyone knows that.
Yeah,
we're not saying be dumb around the police.
Yeah,
we're just saying there are certain instances where you can be aggressive against police and instances where you shouldn't be aggressive.
What are instances where you can be aggressive towards police?
When you're in like large
when
protests.
They're gonna fucking shoot you for
wait, what? That was wait.
That is so white. I'm sorry. That's such a white
attack police in large protests. That just encourages them to be more violent.
Attacking. I'm saying resisting.
So hold on.
There's a difference between resisting and attacking.
There is exactly this, but this is important. This part is important. What he's trying to say is important. It's like, what exactly do you mean by aggressive? Because aggressive is doing a lot here, right? Is aggressive like punching a police officer back because he punched you, right? Is that what you mean? Or is it that you simply said no to them? You simply didn't give them the proper. You didn't put officer at the end of all your sentences, because that can be read as there was the case where someone was charged for bleeding on a cop, right? It was as aggressive behavior, as attacking the police, right? So so my point is that like the real problem is actually the police, the judicial system, and in this culture of behavior that says that I can commit violence against them, right, against the populace, and that it is okay, that my decision to put my hands on someone is always backed up by the state. And we see that continuously. When we actually do take these people to court for their actions, they're getting off again and again. So that's the real issue here, not what you were talking about. It's not an incorrect point. We should be teaching kids how to approach the police, but that's only dealing with the symptom, not the one of the root causes of this. And then I wanted to expand things with Claris, right? So you talked about like how the ACAB, right? All cops are bastards. How you felt like that was the sentiment here, and maybe no one actually said it before, but I'll say it now because all cops are fucking bastards.
Yeah, I'll say that.
So it's not that.
Okay, real quick, can we just let me point that out to Red Charlotte, that there are multiple on here saying all cops are bastards.
Okay.
Because
I'll say it.
But she's not responsible for
brutalized my grandma in front of me. Like, yeah, they're bastards.
Yeah, she's not responsible for her opinions. If she thought that there was
I know she's not, but she said before, like there was nobody on, like it was inconceivable that anybody would have the sentiment on that panel.
40 minutes ago. Like,
oh, so it was so long ago, so it doesn't matter, right?
As in, like, it was before anyone had said it.
Wait, who is? Hold on.
She
Your
said
name is,
nobody had,
wait,
like,
hold on. Wait, I
said
just
it
want
until I
to.
said it.
Clearest. Is it Clearest?
Yeah.
Clearest.
People that are ACAB will never ever fucking admit they are ACAB. They are the most spineless fucks in the world. And they'll only do it on their own Twitter circle. I know. I'm just telling you. Don't ever say, "Oh, so you are ACAB." 95% of the fucking lefty dipshits you talk to are ACAB. They're just gonna hide it from you, and they'll hide it behind all sorts of lies.
That's fucking bullshit. Destiny has fucking.
Fuck off, Destiny. That's bullshit.
Also, every single argument.
Steven, stop.
Every single argument that you hear somebody say for ACAB, by the way, replace police officer with black person.
One at a time. One at a time. Stop.
No.
Fine. I will mute you. Holy shit! Everyone, shut up. Shut up. I will mute you. When I say shut up, everyone shuts the fuck up. I don't care who you are. Shut up. Thank you. One at a time, and I will direct you. Fuck. All right. Red Charlotte. You can go.
Yeah. Okay, Steven. I love you, buddy, but like you weren't here, so like I'm not ACAB. Like I'm unironically not ACAB. Maybe like emotionally, but not like ideologically. So like Clearest earlier had like said something like 40 fucking minutes ago where like he said like you guys are all like ACAB, and all I said was that nobody in this conversation has said ACAB, so I don't know why you brought that up. And then apparently Wordy was like, oh, I believe that. So like, and then Prime just said that, and he's like, look at all these people who believe it, when like temporally, like chronologically, like when I had said that, it's when nobody had yet said that. That's
Actually,
why he's
somebody
like saying
did
that.
say
He's like,
it
look,
was
wait,
then.
Hands up. How many people here are ACAB? Hands up for ACABs. Be proud. Show your ACAB
right here,
flag.
right here.
Your ACAB colors.
My name is Price Northington. I am ACAB.
Okay, we got four proud ACABers right here at least. Okay.
Yeah. We just admitted where you.
There was somebody prior Red Charlotte who said that.
Everyone in chat can hold me there. I'm not a coward. I'm not ACAB. I'm ACAB maybe emotionally because it feels good to say fuck cops, right? But like ideologically, I don't think like all cops are bastards or whatever.
Yeah. ACAB and killer cops deserve the death penalty.
Well, there is currently 18 fucking cop gangs.
I just want to say I love that
department, so
lefties
yeah,
will all come out talk about how rehabilitative justice is so important or whatever, and then when a cop goes to jail, it's like rape that motherfucker till he dies.
Okay.
No one's saying that, Steven.
because I kind of remember coming down here, but also don't at the same time. Yeah, let's just use the ladder. That dude you sent us to who was playing City Skylines? Oh, Shonen Mods. Yeah, that was what's his name again? That was Sparring DK. Oh no, this takes me to Old Yarnum, doesn't it? That's what's down here. Is this Old Yarnum? Hold on a second. Old Yarnum. Yeah, I've done all of this. Damn it. Okay, it's not this way then. But no, he's a chill dude. So that guy, Sparring DK, he was the word I'm looking for.